SewingStreet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Hi, good morning everybody. Welcome to SewingStreet. I'm Stuart Hillard and it's wonderful to have your company. What a lovely morning I've got for you. But let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Oh, this is lovely. Just look at that. This is Macawa linen texture. One of my, and I think Lynne Goldsworthy's absolute favourite blender range. Linen texture. It's 100% cotton, but it has this absolutely gorgeous printed linen texture. These are the colours. This is real kind of Sierra Nevada, New Mexico kind of vibes, isn't it? Those gorgeous terracotta oranges, those gorgeous turquoises, and when there's a little bit of pink, you are making a saving, not $29.95 at all. £5 off, £24.95. Absolutely fab. £2.49 a fat quarter. These are fat quarters, so actually less than £10 a metre. Terrific, absolutely terrific. Good morning to Anne. Anne's messaged me on Facebook to say good morning. Good morning, Ian. He says, morning, Stuart, morning all. I've just taken the dog for a walk and hung the washing out in time to watch from the start. Have a great show. Well, that's just winning at life. Well done. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, everyone. Great to have your company. Our early bird today flying out. Already about 20% of our stock gone. This is really cool. Now, this would work really well with my Seminole sampler pattern. Fat quarters work really well. Work really well. And this would be delicious. You could have almost like a kind of New Mexico style colours, but in that Seminole sampler style. That would be gorgeous. That would be gorgeous. Morning, Pam. She says, good morning. Gorgeous. I want that on a T-shirt. Equally this from Michelle. Good morning, my lovely man. Have a good day, Stuart. Michelle, thank you so much. Good morning to you. And let's stay cool together, right? Oh, Carol, my woman. She says, Stuart, my man, lovely to see you so soon. How are you coping with the heat? Well, Carol, thank you for asking. My bedroom last night was hotter than a McDonald's apple pie and about as appealing. So I can't wait to get to an air-conditioned hotel bedroom tonight. I know it's hard, it's difficult, isn't it? I sympathise, it's not, yes. I mean, I like it warm, but not like that. This is gorge, about 40% now actually of the stock gone. Good morning, Stuart, stay cool. Rebecca, I was never cool, believe me. I was never cool. No. Oh, do you know at school, you know those kids that are like effortlessly cool? Even like when I was 18, if I put a cardigan on, I looked like I was pushing 100, you know, even at 18. I just don't ever look cool. Yes, I looked like the parish priest. Yes, yeah. It was actually my nickname when I was a teacher in one of the schools. My nickname was Father Ted because I used to wear this charcoal grey cardigan and everyone said I looked like a vicar. So everyone called me Father Ted. Absolutely beautiful. I can't tell you the colours, but you've got kind of two different shades of lovely rose pink. Got these delicious kind of lovely, I dare to say it, hot colours. And then you've got that gorgeous, this is more like it, isn't it? That kind of tranquil Caribbean sea. Together, just absolutely delicious. Kat's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. I'm staying inside in the dark. I am totally with you there. Curtains closed, windows closed. Kate says, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm catching a few rows of knitting with you all before Reggie and I commute across the hallway to work. That is a tough commute. You take care. You take care on those corridors. Morning, Stuart. I've been playing Seminole patchwork with a jelly roll I thought I hated, but now I love it. Tracy, it's the transformative effect of patchwork, isn't it? And you know what they say, if the fabric's still ugly, cut it smaller. Lovely to get all your messages. Kate says, morning, everyone. Oh, no, we've done that. Lynn says, good morning. Gorgeous, Stuart and the team. You look lovely and cool in your light shirt. Thank you. I feel, actually, we've got lovely air conditioning in the studio. Tina from Warwickshire's messaged in to say, good morning, Stuart. Keep cool. Hope to see you soon. Your surprise is nearly done. Oh, Tina and Stephen, thank you. Very, very secretive about this, but I'm intrigued. Our Susie from Worcestershire, we're spending some time together tomorrow. It's our Susie Duncan. What a glorious array of colour. Great blenders and baglining colours. See you tomorrow? Yes, indeedy. Oh, fabulous Liberty launch tomorrow. It's a big Liberty day and Susie will be here with some amazing fabrics and products. That is fab. Absolutely fab. Keep going through for that. So many in baskets now. Right, let's have a look at the menu and see what's coming up today. Here we go. So this first hour, Quilting Tools. Much more exciting than that sounds. And Bosal in our form, single-sided, is back in stock. Grab yours now. I think it's, how long is it since we've had that in stock? Anyway, we'll get to that. 9 o'clock, oh my goodness, this amazing quilt from Lynne Goldsworthy. This is called the Anemone quilt. And isn't that spectacular? Absolutely spectacular. That is it in the Bluebird colourway, but we've also got it in, I want to say, it's not Rhapsody, Arabesque. Arabesque. Absolutely stunning. That's at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the fabulous Jane Greenoff is here with Cross Stitch Guild. It is June, so we are in the potting shed. I mean, just look, absolutely fabulous. Month by month, do them all. Do your favourite months, do your favourite pictures. Absolutely gorgeous. That's brand new today, and we've got loads of other brand new. This is your first sampler. Absolutely beautiful. First made an appearance in the 80s in Woman's Realm. But I'll leave Jane to tell you the stories. This is gorgeous too. This is brand new. It's the Jane Austen sampler. That's going to be very popular. Available on Ada and Linen. You might want to shop ahead. Back to the menu. At 11 o'clock, it's Tula Pink, the Ripple quilt with Lynne Goldsworthy. This is a brand new quilt kit. This is using Floral Reef. Sort of sea-themed fabrics, gorgeous Tula Pink colours. Actually, a really easy make, this one, and Lynn has produced a template set that will make it even easier. That's 11 o'clock. Again, shop ahead if you can. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got quilt kits you'll love, including my brand new Seminole sampler quilt pattern and my Trio of Bags 3, which is the Seminole edition. So lots of Seminole. Now, we'd love to hear from you through Facebook, as many of you have already this morning. You could email us, studio@SewingStreet.com. You can also go to the website, all the W's, SewingStreet.com. And then once you get there, click on Watch Live. You can go through then, send us a message and watch us and order. Now, when you come to order, 2 columns, what's coming up on today's shows and today's deals, everything we've already seen. So if you want to shop ahead, coming up on today's show. Morning, Catherine, by the way. She says, morning, Stuart. Good morning to you. Lots of lovely tools. Well worth shopping ahead for the Bosal in our form, single-sided. It is a very long time since we've had that in stock. Also, things like your June cross-stitch is there, ready for you. Also, that Jane Austen sampler, your first sampler as well. Plus, those amazing new quilt kits from Lynne Goldsworthy. Brand new pattern as well. There is so much on today's show. And it is going to be extremely hot outside today, red weather warning. So if you can stay inside with us, keep cool, stay hydrated as well. I think that's really key. And hot drinks are good, aren't they, I think? Even though when it's hot, I like a nice hot cup of tea. And I always feel that cools me down better than a cold drink, all the icy drinks in the world. Anyway, let's start with our Bosal in our form, single-sided fusible. This has been, now how many months? It's been months and months, right? We've just haven't been able to get hold of it. Single-sided, so this is fusible on one side. You'll know it's fusible because it's kind of rough and you'll see a bit shiny. The other side is smooth and matte, okay? This is what you're getting for your $15.99. Now this is ample, absolutely ample for a couple of quite big bags actually. If you're doing things like zippy pouches, loads, but if you're making something like messenger bags, at least 2. If you're multi-buying, this will come joined up. So if you're making super big bags, then don't worry, it's going to come all joined up. Now, my personal recommendation here would be, if you can, get yourself at least 1 metre of this. Why? Because it's taken us a very long time to get it back in stock. Also, once I make one bag, I always want to make another, and then probably another after that. So this is the one thing that I always insist on having in stock. Now, if you're completely new to bag making and you haven't used in our form before, what is it? Let me show you. So first of all, in our form is made by Bosal. It's often just called Bosal, but it's called in our form. It is a foam. You can see probably it's less than 1/4 inch thick, but it's got a reasonable loft to it. It is a foam, and on one side it has almost like a tricot kind of fabric side. It almost just feels very smooth. On the other side, you can see it's like colour difference. It's got a heat-activated glue on this side. Typically, I fuse my outer fabrics of my bag onto that side, and then I will have my lining loose inside, not fused to anything. That's my most favourite way to do bags with single-sided. Now, single-sided fusible in our form will create bags that have wonderful structure. So if you want even a simple tote bag that will literally stand up for itself, Bosal in our form. If you want to make things like storage tubs, baskets, if you want to make gorgeous like sewing caddies, or almost like little mini suitcases with a zip going around, that kind of thing, again, Bosal in our form. My weekender bag from Bags for Life, Bosal in our form again. Anything with lovely structure. iPad cases, crossbody messenger bags, they all look great and work really well within our form. Now, the question I get asked all the time, how do I fuse with it and what's it like to sew with? So first of all, the fusing. Sometimes I will just fuse a big piece of fabric to the fusible side. I will then quilt it, and then I will cut my individual pieces out. Other times, I'll cut my in-our form about 1/2 inch smaller than my outer fabric, fuse it with a margin all the way around the edge so that that margin, my seam allowance, doesn't have fusible foam in it. Why do I do both? Well, if I'm doing something simple like a tote bag or something where it's literally just 2 or maybe 3 layers coming together, fine, I'm fine with the foam in the seam allowance. If I've got multiple layers on top of each other, pocket on top of bag on top of, then I will probably cut my in-our form smaller than my seam allowance so it doesn't create too much bulk. But very, very easy to work with. When you're fusing, you want to use minimum heat and minimum time. So you don't need to use steam. If you want to use steam, you can, but I personally recommend that you don't, because heat-activated fusibles are attracted to the source of heat. So if you go in with tons of heat and tons of steam, it tends to draw the fusible up out of the inner form and into the fabric, and then the bond is poor. So you're much better off with a 2-spot iron or lower even, just enough heat to bond everything together and then quilt it. Laurie's message, morning Laurie. She says, I was always told by my mother, if you are hot, drink something hot. And if you're cold, drink something cold. An old wives' tale. I love an old wives' tale, Laurie. Princess says, morning Stuart and team. Good morning, my lovely. How are you? So yeah, and if you find that when you're fusing, it's lifting, you're probably using too much heat, but either way, just quilt it, just hold your layers together with quilting. In Our Form shows off quilting absolutely beautifully. It is a brilliant, brilliant product. Like I say, I highly recommend getting yourself half a metre if you've never tried it before and have a go at making even a simple bag. If you've used it before, you'll know you love it. I would go at least a metre because we don't want to run out. Okay, now, when to use it? Okay, yeah. So, if you're doing something small, yeah, like a purse, a wallet, a small pouch, I wouldn't use because it's reasonably thick and small things that would probably be too bulky. Okay, if I was doing a wallet, I might use this just on the outside of the wallet, but not inside, in the inside pockets and things like that, just maybe on the outside flap. I would use this on things like messenger bags, weekend bags, larger tote bags that you want to have really good structure, baskets, boxes, that kind of thing. If in doubt, experiment, try it. Morning, Stuart. Bosel's great, but I do have problems with it staying fused. Should it be steamed? That's from Carol. Ideally, Carol, no. I actually got this advice from the owner of Bosel, fantastic chap from Chicago, and he said to me, the issues people have are from using too high a heat and for too long. You want to use minimal heat and for the minimum amount of time you can get away with, and you'll get a much better bond. So yeah, the problem is that when you do put a big old blast of steam and really, it looks like it's fusing brilliantly, and then it starts bubbling up and lifting, and that's because you've used too much heat. So minimal. Right, that is flying out. It's just back in stock. It has been such a long time since we've had that in stock. Over 30 people with that in basket. Morning, Stuart. I'm watching from my holiday in Devon, keeping cool. Oh, but Teresa, what a beautiful part of the country to be on holiday. Have a wonderful time. Will you have a little ice cream to keep cool later? Will you have one for me? Gorgeous. I can't resist. We've got sewing in Our Form as well. Oh, that's gone. Now that we've got two that are single-sided fusible. Okay, so basically sewing is just this, both sides. So I've had people come to my classes where I've asked for single-sided fusible, and then they've brought non-fusible and then said, I'm having terrible trouble trying to fuse this together. Okay, I understand why. Often people think they've ordered that and they haven't, but the non-fusible is really useful actually if you want the outer and the lining to be separate. If you are quilting, it kind of doesn't matter. If you want to hold the layers temporarily, use your 505 basting spray, and then you can quilt it to hold it all together. .505, great product, one of my hero products. This is a temporary spray adhesive for holding layers together, most often used when we're layering a quilt together. I tend to recommend you spray this on your wadding or your interfacing or your in-R form, and then smooth the fabric onto that glued layer. It's a temporary bond, but it will last for many, many months if the layers are held together. We definitely have ice cream for you. Oh, well done, Teresa. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's taking one for the team. Well done. But equally, it washes out. It washes out, and it's made for fabric, so it's not harmful at all. Sue's messaged on Facebook. Morning, Stuart. You have a fab morning lined up with all my favourite guests and presenter. Just going to chill this morning, or I don't blame you, and watch all morning in this heat. Yes, a good place to be. Fiona messaged, good morning to the best presenter ever. Thank you. Late to the party today. At 5 a.m, Filey was lit up in beautiful sunshine. But by 6:15, as we entered the sea, the mist descended and the temperature dropped to 15 degrees. Very eerie. Gosh, that does sound it. Looking forward to all the delights that you're going to show. I hope so. Hillary's message, morning Stuart, watching you from a beautiful sunny Bassenthwaite Lake. Oh, lovely. I saw the pictures, Hillary. It looks wonderful. Say hi to Michael for me. And Ian says, Stuart, as you go through these essential quilting tools, could you identify maybe 5 or 6 that us new quilters should get for their arsenal, please? Oh, we're on to football already. Absolutely, yes. 505 basting spray, without a doubt, quilter's best friend. Absolutely brilliant. So this is one of them. This is one of them. Now, another way of holding your layers together is to use curved safety pins. Is this one box or 2? One box. Okay. So this is 100 curved safety pins. Now, I would highly recommend, 100 sounds like loads, but I would recommend, right, when you use these to pin your quilt layers together, okay, you've got your backing, your wadding on top, and then your quilt top on top of that sleeve. All 3 layers. I'm just going to grab a bit of wadding just to show you. Right, but you've got to imagine this is all 3 layers to help, together. And the reason why they're curved is so that you can pin through, and the pin naturally pops up to the surface without having to jiggle the quilt about, okay? And you will do that, and that will hold your 3 layers together. Okay, now, here's the thing. When you safety pin a quilt together, this is the sort of density that you need them at. I will show you. Okay. That is the sort of density, okay? You should not be able to put your fist anywhere on your quilt without touching a pin. If you can put, and I know plenty of people that when they safety pin a quilt together will do this. And I know lots of you were watching the screen then and saying, well, I don't pin mine like that, Stuart. I do mine like that. You can drive a bus through. Yeah, this is no good. There's nothing holding your quilt together between. Look at this. Nothing holding that together. And that is why you're getting shifting and wrinkling. So it's really, really quite dense that you need to pin. So you need 300 or 400 pins. So get yourself at least 3 or 4 boxes. These are actually really inexpensive ones. They're great. Highly recommend. That would be an alternative to using 505. You don't need to use both. Use one or the other. Stuart, can I use 505 spray to bond batting to a foam cushion form as I want a softer feel to my cushion? That's from Catherine. You can, but when you wash the cushion, it will debond. It's not permanent. So what you want to do is bond them together, do some quilting, and then when you wash it, it'll be fine. Yeah, but it's not a permanent bond. Yes. Right, so Ian, back to your question. More essential tools. Rotary cutters. Now, you've probably already got rotary cutter, but here I've got two sizes that we don't always see. I've got the 60mm rotary cutter and I've got the 28mm. Let's do 60. Should I have a 45mm as well? Okay. I can't see one. Okay. Let's talk 60mm. Now, I have got the 60mm out ready this morning because I've already been cutting with this. I am going to be doing a quilt in Christmas in July, and I highly, highly recommend a 60mm rotary cutter. Now, not just for that, for general cutting, a 60mm rotary cutter is brilliant because that bigger blade will cut through more layers more quickly. Okay, it's like riding a bike with big wheels. It'll get you there faster. Okay, so when I'm cutting yardage, strips, borders, I go to my 60mm rotary cutter. Are you having trouble with the graphics? Oh, okay. This is from Needle and Bear. Really, really economical. Great price, this. And if you're doing the technique that I'm going to be doing in Christmas in July, you're cutting through lots of layers. The 60mm really is going to be fantastic for that, much better than a 45mm. Keep getting your messages in. Catherine says, thank you, Stuart. The cushion is for a large patio swing, so I probably won't wash it too often. No, it's fine, but if you wash it once, the glue will disappear. So yeah. And also as well, I think from sitting, rubbing backwards and forwards, that's going to lift it off anyway. The 505 is a temporary bond while you're quilting. So if you want a permanent bond, I'm sure you can buy permanent glue sprays, but we don't do them. Right, here we go, £9.99. You see, for a tenner, it's not worth not having a 60mm cutter. You may only use it when you're doing things like your strips and your borders and things like that. But it will speed the process up so much. For £10, it includes the blade as well. It's really worth getting hold of while we've got them. These are very, very economical and do a great job. Any 60mm blade will fit that, by the way. It doesn't have to be a particular brand. So that's 60mm. I've also got the 45mm Needle and Bear. Okay, retractable button. Top advice I can give you when you rotary cut is to get into the habit of cut, then shut every single time you put that down. Cut and then shut the blade away for safety. Doesn't matter if you're right or left-handed. This is set up for right-handed cutting, but if you're left-handed, look, you've got the space on the other side. You just remove this, take everything off, put it on the other side, and then this will go on that side. And then you can cut left-handed. £7.99. Again, if you've got a rotary cutter, it is worth buying a second rotary cutter because it's always useful to have. I've got 45mm blades as well. This is a pack of 5 titanium rotary cutter blades. So again, Ian, what does every quilter need? A pack of spare blades, because you need to change your rotary cutter blade more often than you think. Don't wait until it feels blunt. £12.99. Yeah, it'll look after your fabric, it'll look after your fingers, your rotary cutter. They always say, don't they, the most dangerous blade is a blunt one, because you put a lot of force behind it. Patricia's got in touch. Morning, lovely Stuart, late to the party. I just saw your demo on pinning the quilt before quilting. What worries me is hitting or catching pins whilst quilting on my cutie. New to all of this, and I'm nervous at quilting as it is. Thank you. Well, the thing is, Patricia, I get that. You remove those safety pins before you get to them. But if you're sewing on a cutie frame where you're going to be covering big areas quite quickly, I would say go 505, and then you don't have the distraction of pins. The safety pins are a great alternative, but work better when you're quilting in a sort of slower and more methodical way, and you can take time to take those pins out before you get to them. But it's a really good point, actually. Right, those are the titanium rotary blades. I have only got 19 sets left. These are flying out. Everyone, do yourself a favour, get yourself some blades and change your rotary blade. If you're not getting the 60mm, change your blade, ready for my project in July for Christmas. You're going to love it, by the way. It's a great one. Now, 28mm. 28mm rotary cutter. Why do I need this? If you're cutting around small templates, especially curved templates, a smaller blade is really useful. I know lots of people that just use a 28mm blade for a lot of their cutting out, scrap quilting, things like that. £6.99 for the handle and one blade. And then I've got spare blades too. You get two 28mm blades in there. Again, they're titanium. That means the blade is harder. It resists blunting, nicks, chips, that kind of thing, for longer. It'll last for longer. And also, if you have a blade sharpener, you can sharpen these blades more times. Yes, Ellen, absolutely. She says, when I learned to quilt, putting a cover on the blade was insisted on. You had a very good teacher then. Yes, my teacher Liz was exactly the same, and it stayed with me. Right, let's talk cutting mats. I do, everything's on top of it. Right, bear with. I've got pink and I've got green. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Right. This is the big cutting mat. So, again, essential kit for quilters. Don't use a rotary cutter without a mat. That's Hannah's. But it's very sensible. This is huge, okay? This is the kind of mat which is a real luxury to have if you've got the space for it. You can really get through a lot of cutting without having to move your fabric. It can really speed up the process. This is 24 inches by 36 inches. It's huge, self-healing, double-sided, inches on one side and centimetres on the other. However, I would always say these grids help you to line your fabric up, but don't measure with them. Okay, I would never recommend putting fabric on here and then counting the squares and then cutting. I know some people do that. I know lots of people do that. It is not a very accurate way of cutting your fabric. Use your ruler for measuring. The mat is there to prevent you cutting into your gorgeous dining table. That's the pink. This is an amazing price point. I bought one of these many, many years ago at Festival of Quilts. I had to carry it all the way home, which was not great. This gets posted to you. Also, I think I paid about £65 for it, for this size. And I had to carry it home and with me all day. So this is an amazing price. Highly recommend this. Lovely in the pink. I've also got it in green. This is the traditional green. Now, I'm not going to grab that mat because, again, lots is piled up under it. But it is this colour. It's that colour, but that size. $29.99. Now, this is great as a sort of fixed mat, stays on the table, you know, you work around it. But I must admit, my favourite kind of cutting mat for general use is a rotating cutting mat. And I've got those in 3 different sizes, pink and green in all sizes. I'm going to start with the large one. This is 18 inches square. Okay. Pink or green, we'll do pink. What you've got here is a cutting mat on top. On the other side, rather than being reversible, it's a bit foamy and non-slip. I mean, brilliantly non-slip, okay? It's also got this turntable, which can be locked or unlocked. And when it's unlocked, that top will rotate through 360 degrees, which means that when you're doing things like cutting one side, but then you want to cut this way, and this way, say cutting a square, you can cut, you can turn the mat, cut, turn the mat, and keep cutting like that, rather than trying to do rather dangerous things like this and manoeuvres, which don't help your accuracy and can also get you in a pickle. Don't do that. Don't do that. Get a rotating cutting mat. This is the 18-inch square, £32.99 in pink. We've also got it in green. Good time to stock up on shows like this. Cutting mats, by the way, have a life. They are not lifetime purchases. They do need to be replaced. Self-healing cutting mats do still need replacement. They will not self-heal forever, okay? Even Wolverine got to the stage where he couldn't self-heal anymore, didn't he? And self-healing cutting mats are the same. Hello, Stuart. I bought the rotating mat a couple of weeks ago. It was a game changer. I wish I'd bought one ages ago, and thank you. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Deputy Joan thought she'd got every tool she needed till she saw the rotating cutting mat. She bought the 18-inch in green, and she absolutely swears by it. You will know that your rotary cutting mat needs replacing when you have got kind of grooves in it and fluff stuck in them, and also you'll have favourite bits that you cut on, and you may well think that your blade is blunt because you will be cutting fabric and it won't be going all the way through. Often that's the blade, but if you know that you've changed your blade regularly and you're still having that issue, it's your mat that needs replacing. Okay, that's 18-inch. Next size is the 12-inch, pink and green again. One of my favourites for things like English paper piecing, for cutting round templates. Also for foundation paper piecing, where you are folding and trimming multiple seam lines. Scrap quilting, it's a great all-rounder. This is pink. Again, you've got that rotating disc on the back. Yeah, this sits really nicely next to your sewing machine. Another message. Lovely to get lots of messages. Thanks, Carol. I have a couple of sizes of rotating mat and would recommend buying the larger size. That's the 18-inch. I think it's very good if you've got the size and space for it. I totally agree with you there. Totally agree. If you're a bit restricted on space, or you do smaller projects, smaller fabric, scrap quilting's ideal. That's the pink. This is the green now. You might wonder, why might you want different colours? I've got a black cutting mat, which I tend to use when I'm cutting light fabrics, but I've got a pink cutting mat for when I'm cutting black and dark fabrics, because I can see it much better, even in poorer light. So, yeah, this is why it's not just a fashion thing. Although, obviously, I like to be very fashionable. Very fashionable. Right, and then I've got the little baby bears, which are 8 inches square. Pink or green? Pink first. Again, brilliant for things like if you trim your half square and quarter square triangles. So quick and easy. Now, obviously, you could trim a 2-inch half square triangle on the 18-inch board, but it's more to turn every time. This will be quicker and easier, much more efficient. You go to £11.99, and then green. The graphics are wrong, by the way. It says 7 by 7. It's 8 by 8. 7 by 7 on the measurements. There we go. Awesome. I've also got these, which are just really, really useful, non-rotating, double-sided. So, yes. Again, these are just lovely. If you maybe, you know, foundation paper piecing, have it next to your sewing machine, £5.99, really useful. Or green. Or both. Lots and lots of Needle and Bear products on the show this morning. They are so affordable. If you want to expand your quilting kit and your sewing kit, a very affordable way of doing it. Yes, some rulers, absolutely. Right, let's talk basics first. So, this is, everyone needs this, 6.5 by 24. 6.5 inches wide, 24 inches in length. This is your bread and butter, use it every day, rotary cutting ruler. Okay. These little circles here, these are non-slip grips. You can put more in if you wish, or use 404 temporary spray adhesive. I've actually got that in the next hour. This is going to cut 44-inch wide fabric on the fold. It's your standard rotary cutter. Strips, squares, borders, bindings, but you've also got your angle lines on it, so you can cut things like 45-degree angles, 60-degree triangles, hexagons, that kind of thing. Great price, £11.99. Now, when you've got that, if you're going to do fat quarter quilting or using smaller bits of fabric, scrap quilting, I'd highly recommend getting a 6 by 12. Okay, this is 6 inches by 12, £6.99. For the same reason why I like smaller mats, smaller rulers, quicker and easier to twist and turn when I'm using small bits of fabric. And if you are sharing, if there are 2 of you in the household that quilt and sew, getting one of each and then sharing them is a great way of kind of having everything. These are such a great price point. Now, once you've got those 2 rulers, I would say that if you're going to purchase another ruler, then it should be a 12.5-inch square. 12.5-inch square, wonderful for cutting things like background squares, quickly, easily, without the fuss of moving your ruler around. And if you're a bag maker, they're really useful. When you're squaring up your quilts when they're quilted and you're trimming the corners, you've got this lovely big run at it. Squaring up your blocks, squaring up your 1/2 and 1/4 square triangles. It's a brilliant addition to your ruler collection. And you might never buy another ruler. They will really cover all the bases. But I do have other sizes of square if you like. This is the 9.5-inch square. They're all such great prices. It's just about making the job easier, quicker, more efficient. They all have a little hole cut out of them so that you can hang them to keep them safe. This is 6 inches square. 6-inch square. Again, just really useful for trimming and cutting smaller patches. Scrap quilting, £5.99. If you are buying anything today, you pay 1p&p all day. £4.95 all day. Just combine your orders as you go. That's all you've got to do, and you pay 1p&p all day. So it's a great time to stock up. Diana's message, she says, morning, Stuart, lovely to see you. Thank you. I bought mine, rotating cutting mat that is, the other day, and it's arrived. I have the large mat and the 8-inch rotating mat. Great quality. Love that. Next ruler I've got here, this is the 5-inch square. 5-inch square ruler. Again, just really useful. I'm going to be using 5-inch squares on Saturday. Oh, a little date for your diary. Saturday, I'm launching the brand new French General collection, fabric collection from Moda. It is so beautiful. That is launching 8 o'clock, I think, 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. So it's going to be a busy one. That's the 5-inch square. Then I have got the 4-inch square. They're so affordable, aren't they? Be worth getting these. £5.29. And then the last one I've got is a 2.5-inch square. 2.5 inch. And these can all be rotary cut. If you would, I would say this would be particularly useful if you work with a lot of 2.5-inch or 2-inch finished half square triangles and you want to trim up your blocks, this would be the easiest tool to do it with. And for £4.99, it would be really worth getting. Quarter of the stock's gone already. Now, you've paid your P&P, you might as well get a couple while you're at it. It's one P&P all day. I do. I'm going to just mention as well while we're here, this ruler, this is 2.5, this is 2 inches by 6.5. 2 inches wide, 6.5. Just quite useful for trimming and also for drawing lines. So if you, when you make your half square triangles, if you draw a line, again, just a small ruler that you can draw on, but also rotary cut on. Paper piecing, trimming, all very useful. Lots and lots of these in baskets. Don't forget to check out, please. I know you're thinking, I'll buy 2 or 3, what shall I have? But don't neglect to check out your basket, otherwise you might miss out. Right, another thing, Ian, that is very popular amongst quilters and bag makers are quilters clips. Okay, quilters clips. These, well, they're all in the box there, but they come in a little hard plastic box. You get they're almost like little bulldog clips, and we use these for doing things like holding the binding on when we're sewing, and also they're really useful when you're bag making. If you're using anything that you can't pin, like vinyl or oilcloth. Again, really useful. Very useful with bows in our form because it's quite difficult to get pins through lots of thick layers. These clips go over lots of thick layers very, very easily. This is a fabulous price. You're getting 50 clips in a plastic box to keep them safe. Personally, I would recommend multi-buying. Get a couple of boxes of these. If you're going to clip your whole binding on a quilt, you'll need a couple of packs. Now, we had the wonderful news today that bows in our form, single-sided fusible, was back in stock. We couldn't wait to get it on air. Lots and lots in baskets. This is fusible on one side. It's the side that has a slightly yellowish tinge to it, and it's rough and slightly... On the other side, smooth. That's your non-fusible side. Use this particularly for bag making, box making, baskets, hold-alls, carry-alls. Great structure. When you come to sew with it, you don't need to use a walking foot. You can use a regular foot. It'll feed really easily through your sewing machine, and you can kind of crush it down, crumple it, and it bounces back. Brilliant stuff. I think I'd struggle to do bag making without it. If you haven't used it before, give it a go. Way more in baskets than I have. Be quick, won't you? Now, I was using my Needle and Bear mini iron literally a couple of days ago. You get a little silicone mat to put your iron on. You also get your mini iron, your water jug, and the case, all of that for £26.99. I was literally using mine the other day. If you follow me on social media, Stuart Hillard Makes, you'll have noticed a quilt I made, Drunkard's Path. I used this to make that quilt. And you might think, why is an iron so important to make a Drunkard's Path quilt? Well, I'll show you that when I show you the pattern. But it's well worth getting. They're brilliant irons, very ergonomic as well. They sit really nicely in your hands. It's, you know what, I use my big iron for ironing yardage, and then everything else, it's this. Everything else. When I'm ironing my blocks, when I'm ironing my patches, I use this size iron. If I'm doing turned edge applique and I'm using the iron to turn the edge, this is the size you want. Highly, highly recommend. Highly recommend. I've also got that in pink. Do we want to see the colour? I'm going to grab it out. It's the case that's pink and the iron. Oh, look at this. Wow. So you've got your little pink rest and the pink on the iron, and then this gloriously fuchsia case. That's a great colour, isn't it? Really nice colour. Loads of you coming in for that. £26.99. I feel like you wouldn't lose that, right? A message. Hi, this is Lions. Fantastic for children's clothes and toy making. I use mine all the time. That's a really good tip, Stephanie. I like that. Sandra's message, she says, morning, Stuart. Oh, good morning, lovely Stuart. Scorchio up here in Glasgow today. I'll be staying indoors in front of the fan. Good plan. Lisa Lamb's message. Hi, Lisa. How are you coping? It's very hot down south. She says, morning. We need sew-in foam for my bag this Sunday. I'm just saying. Could we maybe just give the detail? Sew-in Bose-Linar form needed for Lisa Lamb. Lisa, how much do we need? Is half a metre enough? Message back in. £15.99. Stephanie, oh, we've had that one. We've had that one. Morning, Stuart and team. I am back after a long break. I've missed you all. It's a lovely day for sewing in sunny Norfolk today. Smashing. I'm actually in Norfolk next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Can't wait. In Norwich. A fine city. A fine city. Up the Canaries. I used to teach in Blowfield, which is just outside Norwich. Blowfield County Primary. Lovely, lovely. Avril, ask away. Morning, Stuart. Might be a silly question, but what are the benefits of using a 60mm rotary cutter? That's from Avril. It's a really good question. I'll show you I'll compare it, show them side by side. So in my right hand, that's the 60mm. In the left, the 45mm. It might seem like a bit of a facile comparison, but imagine cycling on a bike with small wheels or a bike with big wheels. The bike with big wheels would get you there faster and with less pedalling. When you're cutting out lots of strips, lots of yardage, or thicker layers of fabric, your 60mm is just going to make a quicker job of it. If you're doing something like stack and whack, if you're quilting multiple layers or thick fabric, again, your 60mm blade is going to make an easier job of it. I wouldn't use a 60mm all the time. For a lot of my rotary cutting, I use a 45mm. But if I'm doing yardage, the 60mm comes out. Fab, I hope that answered your question. If you do have questions, do always get them in. We love getting questions. Oh, Lisa, you poor love. She says, my sweat is sweating. That is very sweaty. And we need 1/2 metre of Bosal in our form, non-fusible foam. Very good. Well, I've got an itchy nose. Does that mean I'm going to get something like a... Oh, is it hay fever? No, I don't want hay fever. I want something like money. Or is that itchy hands? Oh, itchy ears someone's talking about, and an itchy nose. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I'm also just going to mention quickly, we've got 3 of my books. Quilting books. Ian, these are all essentials for quilters. Essential, essential. Anything with my name on is essential for... I'm going to show you this one first of all. This is Use Scraps Sew Blocks, make 100 quilts. You have got patterns in there for 100 scrap quilts with all your templates and lots to choose from. Loads of different quilts. Easy, hard, paper pieced, regular pieced, applique, you name it, some fun ones. Oh, that's one of my favourite quilts ever. Lipstick and nail polish. I've seen so many versions of that. It's one of my favourites for like teens and tweens. Lots and lots of people have made that for their teen or tween granddaughters. Loads of different quilts in there. And one of my absolute all-time favourite quilts ever that I designed with a little bit of help from London Transport is Covent Garden. Covent Garden Transport for London. And the reason why it's thanks to them is because this is the tile pattern on Covent Garden Tube station. And I was on the tube one day and I thought, gosh, that would make the most wonderful quilt pattern. So I hopped off the tube, took some photos, and then there's the quilt that came out of it. Oh, sorry, Lynn, hang on. There, Covent Garden. Oh yeah, don't ever take the stairs at Covent Garden. Yeah, no. Get off at Leicester Square and get the escalator and then walk. Yeah, if the lift's out at Covent Garden, there's warnings, aren't there? It's like, don't take the stairs. Yeah. Oh, that's that. And then the follow-up to that was this Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. I wanted to call this Use Scrap Sew Blocks Make 100 More. My publishers wouldn't let me, so I called it Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. But essentially, it is another 100 quilts split into 5 categories: one patch, strips and squares, triangles, curves, and foundation piecing. And there are 20 quilts in each category. It could have been 5 books, really, but it's just one. So there, £17.99. And then my most recent quilting book, Quilts from the Country. Quilts from the Country. This has got 30 projects in it. And we're dropping the price to £19.99. You have got a pack in the back of dressmaking paper. Well, because you've got things like quilted slippers and a quilted jacket. All of your dressmaking full-size patterns are in there. I had a bath in that bath. I did. Just to let you know. I made those slippers with Kirsty Allsop. There's lovely Alice, who's the art director on all of my books, modelling. And then, oh, that model, what a pain he was. Oh, diva. Diva, it's me. Yeah, it is, it's me. What a diva. No, wouldn't get out the bath, wouldn't get out of bed. Lots and lots of lovely quilt projects there, all photographed in Yorkshire. There's applique, there's piecing, there's seasonal projects, even a little bit of Christmas as well. A little bit of everything, but all with a country theme. Now, we had a very lovely early bird this morning. We have a few left. This is Macawa linen texture. Fat quarters, you get 10 of them, 2 gorgeous shades of pink. You're saving £5, £24.95, less than £2.50 per fat quarter, less than £10 a metre. Beautiful, beautiful fabric this. Hi, Stuart. I only made the mistake of having to take the stairs at Covent Garden once. It felt endless. Are you still there, Lorraine? Loving the show. Thank you, darling. Yeah, awful. Morning, Stuart. I'm the lady that asked about the Sanderson quilt, and I have used most of the rulers to cut it out. Yeah, I think having a range of rulers is really useful. When you start, the 6x24 is great, but I think the more you make, it is really worth having different sizes and shape of ruler. We've got loads in this hour. Have a look. And remember, you only pay 1p&p all day. Right, I think we need to go to a break, don't we? After the break, it's my quilting sister from another Mr. Lynne Goldsworthy. You don't want to... She's in the studio, turning somersaults. Anyone for tennis. I'll do you a round of golf later, Lynn. Right, this is the fabulous, fabulous quilt. Oh my goodness, this is Bluebird. We've also got it in a second colourway called Arabesque. It's beautiful. See you after this.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
This Friday on Sewing Street, it's Liberty Takeover Day. A full day dedicated to the iconic prints, colours and creativity of Liberty fabrics. And because it's a full Liberty Takeover, buy anything on the day to qualify for the special badge. Join us Friday 26th for a full day of Liberty.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, It refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
I've got the most spectacular guest for the next hour. And a pretty decent quilt too. That is literally radiating around you. You look like the Statue of Liberty.
Wait a minute, let me get my head. Yeah, look. There. Okay. Ooh, trying to... There we go.
Fabulous. Lynne doesn't come in the kit, but you get all the fabric and the instructions. Absolutely spectacular. This is called the Anemone quilt, and you're getting 4 meters of fabric plus 11 fat quarters, and your instructions, $89.99. That's bonkers.
It's a bargain, I think.
It's amazing, and this is Moda.
Yes, exactly.
This is
and
Moda.
It's such a lovely line of fabric.
I am in love with it. Let me show
Bluebird.
you. Welcome, by the way, Lynne.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Stuart. It's nice to be here.
You get your background fabric, absolutely beautiful ivory cotton solids, really going to show off those fabrics. Just have a look. You get your half a metre of binding fabric. Yours will not be glittery. Do you see all the glitter? It's been left behind by Hobbymaker.
That's naughty.
And then you get 11 fat quarters from this beautiful range called Bluebird. This is from Kansas Troubles, one of my absolute favourite Moda designers.
Me too, 100%.
Love them. And normally they don't do blues.
No, they don't. They
Do
normally
they?
do those rich sort of civil, do you call them Civil War prints?
Yeah.
Yeah, those kind of colours. But yeah, the blues are beautiful.
These are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. You're getting all of those 11 fat quarters. You get your half a metre of binding. You get your 3.5 metres of background. You're also then getting your full instructions to make not only the Anemone quilt, but you're also getting your bonus pair of cushions, which we have displayed on the front here. Full-size templates. You have enough of your main fabrics to do the cushions. You would just need extra background fabric and the backing.
Yes, that's right.
So some extra ivory fabric, really.
Yeah, totally. Or anything you've got in your stash.
Yeah, wonderful. It's really beautiful. Proving very popular, an amazing price point. The quilt, by the way, is 60 inches square and your cushions 20 inches square. I'm thinking, Lynn, actually, you could do 9 of those blocks and sew them in 3 rows of 3 for an alternative 60-inch square quilt.
Yes, you could, and that would look so nice.
If you don't want to do the whole...
This is how your brain works. Whenever I bring in a quilt, you can see like 10 other things you could do with the same thing, don't you?
It's just a spectacular design. It's just wonderful.
Thank you, but
Really
you're right.
clever.
You could do a 3x3. That I would like to do that, actually. I might do that.
Could look really
Yeah,
cool.
I like it.
Very
I like
nice.
it. I like that idea.
Very nice. And of course, you'd have enough fabric. Do it your way.
Yeah.
Love that. That's the first kit. Absolutely loads of you queuing up, actually, to buy this kit. I love the way it starts really dark in the centre and then radiates out, getting kind of...
And don't you love it when you have a line of fabrics that does that, that kind of gives you an easy way to use them? With those, it was like, it just looks like you've got to have them grading from dark to light.
100%. Steph's got in touch from Cambridgeshire. She says, morning, Lynn. What a stunning quilt. You're such a talented lady.
Thank you, Steph. What a lovely message to put in.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
You are very, very talented.
Oh, Stuart, stop it. Don't stop
Very,
it.
very popular. So simple, so spectacular.
Thank you.
I think that should be your autobiography, the title.
So simple.
So simple, so spectacular.
You're calling me simple. I feel like it was meant as a compliment, but actually secretly there was just a little insult. But I do like that. So simple, so spectacular. Makes me sound just a bit stupid and sort of shallow.
Just a little dig there.
A bit glitzy.
But spectacular, Lynn.
Yes.
Mostly spectacular. It is a beautiful... What sort of level... all be quick on this. If you want this kit... Actually, if you want these fabrics... It's not meant to be on two-way split pay, by the way, but it is $44.99. It is. It is. What sort of level of quilter do you need to be?
You would think, looking at it, that it's really difficult. This is one of my quicker, simpler quilts.
Really?
Yes. Once you've done the foundation paper piecing in the centre, which is, I'll show you how to do that. It's very simple.
Great.
And once you've done this curved seam here, which again we're going to go through, and that's simple, it's just lots of big seams. So you piece them in circles.
Yeah.
And then you just piece the circle to the circle to the circle, but it's not curved seams.
I was going to say, aren't
Each one
these
is
straight lines?
It's all straight lines, so it gives the impression it's all curved seams, but once you've done the original centre bit, it's all straight lines. It is not, oh, these are curved as well,
Yeah.
but it's the gentlest curve you've ever done,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
that's not a difficult, so it's actually, it's quite simple and
Brilliant.
it's quite quick.
It's brilliant.
Yeah,
I love
so-
it. I love that kind of medallion style as well. And also, we're so used to doing block by block by block, aren't we? And this is something a bit different.
It is, and once you get going, it puts itself together quite quickly because it just keeps growing and growing with the circles that radiate out.
Fabulous, love it. Now we have a message from A in Conway.
Hello,
Good morning, beautiful quilt. What size is it?
60 inches square.
60 inches square. That's like our favourite size quilt, isn't it?
I love a 60 or a 72. To me, it's like this is kind of very usable, like over a sofa or on a picnic or whatever. 72, a bit more like a bed or a bigger quilt. But those two sizes are kind of, and we like a square quilt, don't we?
We love a square quilt. We love a square quilt. Right, that is the first kit. I need to let you know, half the stock now, half the stock. You're going to need to be quick. You've got all these absolutely beautiful fabrics. This is from Kansas Troubles Quilters. This is a brand new range from Moda.
I love that Bluebird print. You know, the actual one with the birds on.
It's so
gorgeous.
pretty. It's so pretty. I do have a mega bundle of these fabrics if you're loving the fabrics. I've got some of them by the ½ metre as well, but they're just gorgeous. Because you could put a border around that quilt if you wanted it bigger, couldn't you?
Totally could put a border around it, absolutely.
You've also then got your binding fabric there, and you've got your background, which really does show off the fabrics in spectacular fashion. The other kit that I've got is using arabesque. Now, this is a different range of fabric. Still got some blue element to it, but perhaps a little bit more grey blues.
Slightly greyer, but it's not a dissimilar palette.
No, it's really rather lovely. So you're getting, I'm going to show you actually in the back of the pattern, there is a picture.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
Now, hasn't that come out looking sort of black and grey, whereas the fabrics are blue?
Yeah. But I mean, this shows you the fabric. Still get that radiation of colour, still going from dark to light. And these are the fabrics. So you get your 3.5 metres of your background fabric, ivory again, okay? You've got your binding fabric. That's our midnight. And then here, have a look at these. These are your fat quarters. You get 11 again. Got these wonderful kind of modern, and I think actually quite a lot of them are grey, charcoal, smoky.
Yeah. They're definitely a blue-grey.
Yes. Yes, for sure. Oh, these are delicious.
And I like the fact these are slightly larger scale and higher contrast. So if you have these in the quilt, you're going to get more kind of going on in the pattern, if that makes sense.
Agreed.
Which you can see a bit from the cushions because there's more going on in the pattern in those.
Yeah. I think also as well, these are a more modern style of print, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
So if you want something a little more modern, a little sharper, a little more neutral, blue-grey, go for this one.
I agree.
I mean, you know I love a blue and white quilt. But I'm actually
do too. I love a blue and white quilt.
towards this one.
I like that one. I like that one because the prints are bigger. The prints are stronger. I totally agree.
Very smart. Very smart indeed. Again, £89.99. It's on split pay. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Really, split pay is reserved for over £100. But we've put split pay on today. $44.99 to get the quilt kit home. This is 60 inches square, and you'll have enough of your feature fabrics to make your 2 cushions. All you'll need to add to make the cushions is some more background fabric and some backing fabric, and you very helpfully put on the back extra background fabric 1 metre, extra backing and binding 1 metre, and then your wadding as well. But that's to do 2 cushions.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just what you need in addition if you're making the 2 cushions from the bundle that you've got for the quilt.
You'll still have enough of these.
Exactly.
That's amazing value.
Yeah.
Really amazing.
You're getting a lot for your...
in this case, another metre, just buy an extra metre of the ivory and an extra 1 metre of midnight.
Yeah.
That's superb. Oh, flying out as well. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. Right. I also have the pattern on its own in physical form. £9.99.
I'm getting one out too.
Lucy. She says, good morning. I would love to see this quilt in Tula.
Oh my gosh, I totally agree. I would love to see it in Tula Pink. It would be amazing. Plus, because her prints are large scale, that would really pop out there. That would look fantastic.
Would you again shade from like rainbow?
I think you get the bundle that you've got and you try and work out how that's gonna, how you piece it, like whether you put them rainbow or whether you just go completely crazy. I think I would get the bundle and kind of any fabrics you were putting into this and lay it out and see how you like the layout. You know, whether you go kind of clashing or very sort of ombre. Yeah.
See, I've got French General new range on Saturday.
Love French General.
Reds, pinks, puce, and
what's the range called? Can you remember?
I
It's
think
not Joie de Vivre, is it?
Joie de Paris.
Joie de Paris, okay.
I think it's Joie de Paris.
Okay.
And I could imagine.
Yes, totally.
Amazing.
I love
this
French
could be
General.
ultra modern or ultra traditional.
Yeah, you could go totally like bright, sort like your linen texture bundle you had earlier.
Yeah.
You could use that, and it would be just very sort of bright and strong. Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, it's a brilliant, brilliant design. Stunning quilt, Lynn. This is from Susie Duncan. Would be amazing
thank you,
as a Christmas quilt or a new baby, A Star is Born quilt.
Oh, yes. What a great idea. It would work well as a Christmas quilt. You could do kind of gold in the centre and then dark colours coming out, couldn't you? Or you could do it for a Christmas quilt against like a midnight background.
Incredible.
Well, Liberty, everything looks amazing in Liberty, doesn't it? Tilda, everything looks amazing in Tilda.
Yeah.
They're like the magic fabrics.
Yeah. Everybody needs this pattern. And please do not think, oh gosh, that's super advanced. Just look, it's easy foundation piecing for the centre.
Very easy foundation. We'll show you. It is really easy.
Straight lines.
Yes.
Templates, easy.
Exactly.
We've also got a digital, you want templates. This is a template pack. Now you do get master copies in here. But if you want all of your templates printed out ready for your foundation piecing, and also then for your templates that you're going to need, you get those in. Now, this is not included in the kit, and you do still need the instructions. If you're thinking about buying this on its own, you would need to buy the instructions as well. But this for an extra £7.99, well worth getting. It's going to make your life easier, right?
It does. It means you don't have to cut up the original pattern if you want to keep it whole. If you've got the downloadable one, you don't have to make sure that you're printing out at the right size. I've put lots of the foundation template in because you need that for the quilt and for the two cushions. So you've got lots and lots of those. Yeah. So it's everything you need, all at the right size, all printed out.
Amazing. We're fans. We love it. Jennifer's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Lynn. I've ordered the Arabesque kit. It would be gorgeous in Jason Yenter or Kate.
I agree. Again, because you've got like larger scale prints. And I think that not all quilt patterns work with larger scale prints, but this one you could throw large scale prints at this. Yeah, K facet. I mean, it would be amazing.
Incredible.
You could make it with K facet scraps. It would be a riot.
Beautiful. Sarah in Gloucestershire's got in touch. Morning, lovelies. Love the quilt, Lynn. I really fancy doing this on a dark midnight background with rainbow colours.
Oh, that would be amazing. That would be very dramatic. Again, those linen textures you had before, those with a really like this midnight. I love this midnight from Rose and Hubble. Like it's so dark. It's like a navy, but more so. It's like that dark black blue ink, isn't it? You know, Quink.
Yes.
Used to have.
It took me years to discover that we sold this. I always went for our regular navy.
Yes, but midnight is so much more dramatic. It's
when
such
you
a great
don't want
colour.
to use black,
yes,
but you want the same effect.
Exactly. It's
Brilliant
so deep.
stuff. Brilliant stuff. Okay, right. Digital download of the pattern. A digital download of the pattern. This is full instructions. Again, you'll have your foundations, your templates, but you will need to print those off yourself or get a digital download, but buy the template pack to be posted out to you. This is £9.99. Is that a new headshot there, Lynn?
So basically what it is, that was a photo taken of me at my son's wedding. Oh. And then what I did was I asked AI to get rid of my daughters in the background who kind of were like, you know, jumping into the photo. And then I did a version of it where I'm just wearing I think this might be that version where I'm just wearing a blue cardigan. Because, you know, wedding clothes, I was wearing sort of pink sparkles.
Sure.
But yeah, so it's a new one, but it's because it's taken by a professional person, it actually makes me look human, whereas, you know, most photos you're like...
Oh, stop. Where's your fascinator? Where's your big hat?
Oh, can you see me in a big hat? I would look ridiculous.
You would not.
I genuinely would. If I wear too much makeup, if I wear a pretty dress, I look like Tootsie. I have to stay simple. It's the truth. I'll come in one day in a frilly dress, lots of makeup, and you go, oh, Lynne, golly, I wouldn't do that again.
Sure I won't. Right, which one are we going to do? OK, right, so just to recap the quilt kits, we've got the colourway that's on the wall, that's called Bluebird. Bluebird, that's this one right here on my left. So you've got all these amazing, gorgeous kind of cobalty blues and midnight navies. I have got 16 kits left when you've all checked out your baskets. That is all. You've also got your ivory and your navy binding on that one. You get your instructions. You get your master copy of everything in there, template-wise and foundation-wise. But if you want to make it easier on yourself, then I would recommend getting your extra template set. $7.99 extra. It's really worth it. And the thing is, it's such a well-priced quilt kit, isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah. I think they've done a great job on the price.
Amazing.
Because it's Moda.
It is Moda. Yeah. It is Moda. And then on my second colourway is called Arabesque. This is more modern prints. Still got a bit of a floral theme there. Loads in baskets again. I've only got about 30 of these kits left. You've got your 11 fat quarters of the Arabesque range. You've also got your 3.5 metres of ivory, and then midnight for your binding, which is that really deepest, darkest navy. Right, we are going to go to a little demo, if we may, please.
Yes, let's start demonstrating. So I'm going to start with, and I'm just going to have to go sideways to get my bits and pieces. We're going to start with a bit of foundation paper piecing, because that's where you start in the centre of this quilt. So what we do is we have a piece of, if you imagine, well, no, I'll talk you through it. If you imagine we're doing this little star here, so that's divided into 8 sections, and we've got a template for each of those 8 sections. And now you're going to see how simple foundation paper piecing can be. So if you haven't done it before, this is how easy it is. So we're going to start by placing our first piece of fabric. Just grab my glue stick. So we place our first piece of fabric, and if you have a glue pen, you can use this. If you don't, you know what you can do? When you place this on, you can just flip it over, and you can run a little line of basting stitches on your machine along here, and that'll hold that piece of fabric in place as well.
Good tip.
So if you have one of these, that's great. If you don't, run basting stitches along, because you just want to hold that first piece in the right place. So you can see it. You probably can't see it where you are, but if you're looking at it yourself, you can see through the paper the shape that you're aiming for. And what you want is this piece of fabric to cover that shape. Now, I always, for all my foundation paper piecing, I always pre-cut the pieces, and all my patterns will tell you what pieces to pre-cut. So you'll have been told that you have to cut this piece, which is, I think, 2.5 by 6. So there's no guesswork. You can't get it wrong. So we're going to start by putting a bit of glue, or if you prefer, basting stitches on that section, and you want to cover the whole of that section and then go over by about 1/4 inch. And that is where you put your first piece. And then our second piece, and again, we've got this background fabric, and again, these pieces, it'll tell you in the pattern what to cut them to. So I think these are 2.5 by 4. Line that one up with the edge along here, and what you're aiming for when you're doing this is that when you run your stitches along here and you flip this piece over, that it's going to cover all of that next section. So that might be section 2 or it might be section 3. It doesn't matter. On the front of the template, I'll just show you. If you haven't done foundation paper piecing before, the front of the template shows you that you've got sections 1, 2, and 3. Now on mine, what I've done is I've just shaded in the section 1 so that you know that's where the dark fabric goes. And then you've got sections 2 and 3 here. And you piece on the back of the template. So if you haven't done it before, that's a bit confusing. But you start with your first piece, right side up. And from then on, every piece goes right sides together. So you can't really tell that with this because that's a background piece. But that's if you were using not a not a solid, because that's obviously reversible, then you would put those right sides together. So that's how you start every single bit of foundation paper piecing. And we're going to take that over to the machine, and we're going to sew along that first line that's between your first piece, and it could either be number 2 or number 3. It doesn't matter what order you do these in. So we're going to take it. Let me just get something to point with. Here we go. So we're going to take that line all the way off the template here, but we're going to stop it at the top of the template there. And that's so that when we come to the next stage, you'll see it, we can fold this back over so that we can cut our next seam allowance. And you are going to do this in a short stitch. So I would do it. What do you do your foundation paper piecing in?
Well, on my machine, I do it like 1.6.
Oh, you do quite long.
Yeah.
I do 1.2.
Yeah.
Really short.
Tears
so easily. Yeah. So you could do 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, depending on what increments your machine has. If I'm doing little pieces like this, I'd go down to 1.2 or 1.3, and then they almost fall apart when you've finished. Yeah. So you're going to do a really short stitch, and because it's such a short stitch, you're stopping here, which is kind of in the middle of the template. You don't need to backstitch or anything like that. You just start off the edge, stop there, and because it's a short stitch, it's not going to unravel. And then the next thing you're going to do is this seam is going to come past it and sort of cross it here. So this is not going to unravel. So don't worry about backstitching. I know a lot of people worry about, should I backstitch at the ends of this? No, you don't need to. The stitches are tiny, and we have another line that crosses it. So I'm going to run a line along here. Now I need to shorten my stitch. So I'm going to take that down to 1.5. Whoops. Try and get that in the right place, and just run a line of stitches. So we're going to have the printed side of the template up. I'm just going to drop my needle into that starting point, and then run a line of stitches along there.
So you're sewing directly on that printed line?
Yes, so sewing directly on that printed line right through the paper. Some people prefer to change their needle because we're using paper, so they don't want to blunt the needle.
Okay.
But it's a bit like scissors. You and I, you've taught me now that you don't need to have paper scissors.
No.
That was life-changing for me. I've always had paper scissors, and Stuart said that's a myth that paper blunts scissors.
Now?
Yeah. Because scissors are different, or because paper's different? Because paper's different, so you don't need different scissors.
Yeah.
Again, you don't need a different rotary cutter blade.
I mean, there'll be lots of people that disagree with that, and that's fine.
I agree, that's fine. Stick to that if you want, but I've totally taken yours on board. Yeah. Except if I have a really new, really good pair of scissors, I'm still hesitant to use them on paper because it just feels like they're too good to risk it.
Oh, I wouldn't. If it was like a real pair of like premium dressmaking shears, I'm going to keep them for fabric.
I know.
I'm talking about your everyday kind of scissors.
Everyday sewing scissors, yes.
Your rotary cutter blade, you should be changing that every 3 to 6 months anyway. Your needle, you should be changing every 8 hours of sewing time.
I mean, I don't change mine
I know you don't,
like
Lynne.
as often as that, but you should, and I know you should. Rotary cutter blade, absolutely. But you know what I've found out?
What?
This is a new top tip from me.
The hands have gone on the hips, folks.
If your rotary cutter blade is really, if you're getting through them really quickly, it's your mat needs changing.
Yeah.
That is new to me, and you'd think I would have learnt that sooner, but no. I got a new mat, and my blades are lasting way longer.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Had them on the first hour. A couple of questions.
Oh, I like questions.
How much of each fabric is in the kit? This is from Sue.
I think it's a fat quarter of each, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you mean
So
the bundle? Yeah.
11 fat quarters.
Yes.
11 fat quarters of your special fabric, 3.5 metres of your background, and 0.5 metre of your binding. So that's your total. This is Bluebird. Okay, and then the other one is Arabesque, and you get the same 11 fat quarters, 3.5 metres, and 0.5 metre. Tracy says, how is the midnight when washing? Oh, that's this one here. How is the midnight when washing? I always worry about dark blues and reds running after all that hard work making a quilt. What do you think about that?
I mean, I would say, number one, you're dealing with decent quality quilting cottons, so they should be colour fast.
Yep.
But on a first wash, I would always go in like the lightest wash your machine would do, and I would always put colour catchers in, just as a precaution when you've got your first wash, when you've got any kind of contrast between fabrics at all.
Yep.
But these are good quality quilting cottons. It's if you go to the shows and you buy a big stack of a lot of those sort of cheap, nasty ones, then you have to be so careful. And people really get burnt by that when they make a beautiful quilt with stuff that they've bought at a show that isn't decent quilting quality. That's quite hard to say. Quality quilting cottons. And then those can really run. And I've seen so many people with heartbreaking stories of fabrics that have run.
Oh, really?
Yes, because I think, you know, people go to a show and they're beautiful fabrics on the front and then maybe some piece of cheap rubbish on the back that the dye's just going to leach from it. Whereas quality quilting cottons, they should be colour fast.
Yeah, I totally agree, totally agree. But I'm the same as you. I have colour catchers in my laundry and I put 3 or 4. Don't just put one in.
Same.
Because they have a capacity, each sheet, and once it's slurped up that amount, it can't hold any more. So 3 or 4, and I'd rather put 3 or 4 in and take them all out the same colour that they went in.
Exactly.
Take the risk.
Exactly. When you've put all that work into a quilt, it isn't worth the risk. And if you are going to worry about it, if it would worry you, then put that fabric, before you even start making your quilt, put that fabric through a couple of washes with colour catchers. On a kind of a 60, you know, but run it through its paces with kind of quite a strong detergent that's really going to rinse the colour out and take the colour out as much as you want. So I once made a quilt and it was made with, again, decent colour cottons, and it was a black fabric and a white fabric together. The quilt was a sort of design of the Starbucks logo, so it was black, dark green and white. And I did run those dark colours through the machine 2 or 3 times, but they were decent fabrics. And yes, the colour catchers picked something up, but they've never run at all.
No, exactly.
Because they're decent fabrics.
Perfect. Christine, yes, the pattern is available on its own. Got it right here. We'll run it through. You can get a paper copy, which we'll do first, $9.99 for the pattern. That's got all of your templates in and your foundation. There's only one foundation unit, I think, is... Oh, there's... Yeah, one foundation.
Yes, there's only one foundation, so you're going to need to copy that a few times if you're just getting the paper pattern. But in the template pack, I've given you enough to do the whole lot.
Amazing.
So that, including the cushions as well. So you can just basically rip out all of the sheets and use that up rather than... Because I quite like keeping the patterns sort of neat and tidy and whole, if you know what I mean.
Too.
I don't want to cut them up.
Oh, no, never.
No.
So, Christine, that's the pattern on its own. You might also want to buy the set of templates. You get masters in the pattern, but this will give you enough for the whole quilt. So you don't have to photocopy or reproduce. So that's quite useful. But you can't just get this on its own because you don't have any instructions. It wouldn't make any sense at all. So don't just get this on its own. Now, if you want a digital download of the original pattern, you can definitely do that. And we'll give you those details if you're a digital kind of person.
Are you a digital kind of person?
No, I like paper.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little story about Stuart. He and I were working on a quilt together and we needed to get some templates from Stuart to me. What Stuart was going to do was drive from his house to my house with those templates, just in case, and it's not even digital really, is it?
No.
Like couriers is not that digital, but he was worried, just the risk.
Yep, I know.
You're more a sort of pony and trap.
I am.
Hand them over in person.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I still send all my mail via Owl. I'm actually starting to embrace technology, I'll have you know.
I think you are. I definitely
am.
Since we've known each other, I would say that's true. You're doing well.
I can do a Google Drive now.
Oh,
I've done a Google Drive.
You've done a Google Drive?
I've done a Google Drive. I did. I'm very proud of myself. Alison says, thank you, Stuart. I've never had special paper scissors and get really weird looks and always have to apologise for it on my shows. I sharpen my scissors with the Fiskars sharpener I had from SewingStreet, which works brilliantly. This is it. Everything you cut with your scissors and rotary cutter dulls the blade. There's nothing in paper that will dull your blades any faster than fabric.
Isn't that funny? It's like a sort of urban myth, but I suppose if old papers did dull them more and new papers don't.
Yeah.
But yes,
My mum once caught me in the pantry with her pinking shears and a sheaf of paper, just because I loved the crunch going through paper.
I understand that.
She wasn't cross. She was just like, no, that's not what we do with mum's
Yeah, well,
pinking
my
shears.
kids know for sure that they do not use any of the scissors in the sewing room. They're not really allowed in the sewing. No, of course they are. Of course they are. But they shouldn't use. Really, please don't touch anything. Don't pick things up.
Yeah.
My son, one of the things he does is he'll pick. You know the lint roller.
Yeah.
Just to annoy me, he'll pick up the lint roller and just roll it all over me, just as a wind
Just for a lull.
Yeah, exactly. Just for a lull. Just to wind me up.
Kids always know what buttons to push.
They really do.
Mine certainly do. Tinkers. Right, okay, back to demo?
Back to demo.
Thank you.
So we have done our first little seam here. We've sewn this piece on and we've pressed it over. I just finger press it at this point. I only go to the whole ironing it when I get to the point where it needs trimming, because then you want it to be really flat. But as you're doing it piece by piece, kind of sitting down at the sewing machine, finger pressing this part is fine. So now what we're going to do is we're going to fold back the template. So we've sewn along this line here, and we want to fold back the template along this line here. And I'm just going to grab this discovery, which I know everyone else in the land has discovered this, but this is relatively new to me. So this is the add a quarter ruler, and if you line up the sharp side with that line, then you can fold it across that ruler so that that folds it back nicely across that line, because it's quite difficult to see it through the paper on the other side. And then with the blunt end of the ruler, you just trim off 1/4 inch. And what that does is that's going to line up so that you can line up the next piece here, and that piece is ready to go.
No guesswork.
No guesswork.
Great.
Because I think a lot of, when people first start foundation paper piecing, they feel there's a lot of guesswork in it. And actually, if you pre-cut the pieces and then trim these edges, there's really not any guesswork. It's hard to go wrong. So then you do exactly the same with this second piece. So we're going to line that back up against that raw edge, those two pieces together. And again, same principle, that when you sew along this seam, you want this piece to fold over and cover that piece there. Same thing again, we're going to have a nice short stitch, which you've already set up on your machine. And this time, when you're sewing along, you're going to go off the end here and all the way off the end here. So you're going to take it right into the seam allowance at each end this time, because you've got no more lines that you're going to be folding back across. Because you remember we stopped here so that you could fold back along there. But now you don't need to do that. So you're just going to sew along the whole thing and off the edge in both directions. And that applies whenever you're foundation paper piecing. If there are other lines coming in to sort of join with it, stop there. But if it's the last line and you're heading to the edges of the template, then you go all the way into the seam allowance.
Great. While you sew, could you answer Alison's question, please? She says, hi, can you please remind me of your angel policy? I'm loving the quilt design and style. It would be great in Tula and K fabrics. That's Alison, who's in Anglesey.
So when you say angel policy, I think what you mean is, am I happy for you to make it to sell at craft fairs or whatever? Absolutely. Go for it. Yeah. I love it when people make stuff and if you sell it, brilliant. I mean, we have to sell some of our quilts. You can't have I wouldn't move in my house if I didn't sell my quilts. It would be chaos.
Exactly.
So yeah, absolutely sell your quilts. Definitely. I'm all for it. All for it.
No using the pattern though, selling the pattern. The pattern is your use, exclusive use.
That would be cheeky.
That would be cheeky.
Yeah. But yeah, the quilt you've made, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. Fantastic, thank you.
So I'm going to press this. Normally, I have somebody to press for me, but it doesn't seem to be forthcoming today, so I'm going to have to do my own pressing, which I'm not really used to, but anyway, that's fine.
I mean, you only had to ask.
I should have just asked. I've actually, you know what, I've had to stop asking John to press for me. He doesn't press in a quilting way. No. And I don't want to be too picky, but actually I am picky, whereas you're a quilter, so
like a dressmaker.
He presses like a dressmaker.
I'm going to come over now and now that the pressing's been done.
Oh, I can find more pressing to do, don't worry. Once you're here, you will be made useful.
I'll tell you what it is.
What is it, Stuart?
Don't hate me for this.
Oh, my gosh.
But I'm actually a little bit chilly over there. So
Just come over because you think it's going to be warmer.
Well, look,
it's not that warm here. I mean,
Isn't that
everybody else
ridiculous?
watching is probably absolutely dying of sweltering. You know, we are a bit chilly. I'm not strictly warm enough. I might have to wear a jumper in the second hour. Right, Lynn, talk as well as do. I'm just I don't know what the word is, yabbering on, but I should actually be explaining what I'm doing. Okay, so we've pressed this with the iron, and as you can see, it's a bit tatty looking at it from this side, but we're now going to trim it. So what you want to do is cut along all of the dashed lines, and do just take a moment, because what's easy enough to do is to cut along the solid line. If you do that, you're cutting off your seam allowance, and that piece of work has been wasted. So you want to make sure that you cut along the dash lines when you trim this template. So always just take almost a millisecond to just concentrate that you're cutting along the right line, because I know it looks like it would be hard to make that mistake, but honestly, it's easy to make that mistake. This you can cut with scissors if you prefer, or I just like to kind of roll my rotary cutter along it kind of a little bit slowly, just because if you kind of whoosh it around, number one, it won't be that accurate, and number two, it kind of pushes everything out of place. Let's just catch that little bit there. I think I need, and that bit, I clearly need a new blade. Right, so that piece is now done.
See, now that looks like something.
I know, and that's what I like about foundation paper piece. And once you get to this point and it's done, you can sort of start to see where it's going to go and have a look at where, because that piece, let me just show you in the pattern, that piece is going to be one of these here. So you'll have 8 of those that make that circle, and that's your first one. And doesn't that look neat and tidy?
It looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Details on screen, by the way, are for the Bluebird version. That's the same one that's hanging behind Lynne, that radiates out from that darkest navy out to those beautiful, bright, sort of cobalty blues. You get 11 fat quarters of Moda fabric. This is our Kansas Troubles quilters. You also get your background fabric, 3.5 meters of ivory, your 1/2 meter of navy solid for your binding, and full printed instructions. 2 split pays available on this, $44.99 to get it home. Way more in baskets than I have available. So a little bit of a call to action now, otherwise you're going to miss out. The other colourway that I've got is called Arabesque. Thank you. I cannot remember that name for some reason.
I can't remember Arabesque, and I can't say Anemone. It's like a tongue twister morning for us.
It really is.
It's like a memory game.
Now, sorry.
Bless you.
Allergies. Arabesque is this gorgeous kind of slatey blue-grey modern print. If you're quite a traditional quilter like me, this is not going to put you off by any means. But if you're a modern quilter, also a little bit like me, I like it all, really. But again, there is nothing here that's like very traditional. Do you know? It's a very nice sort of bridge the gap.
It's a lovely mix. I think that floral looks so Liberty. Third one down. Love that. And I love the one with the big sort of, I think the very first one you put down. The one with the...
Yes.
That really speaks to me.
But you see that? Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's such a usable blender, isn't it?
Beautiful.
You can put that in anything.
Beautiful. That reminds me of Parson Gray Fabrics, who I was a huge fan of.
Okay.
Amy Butler's husband, David.
Oh, I remember Amy Butler's fabrics, but I didn't know he did.
Yeah. And then that is Midnight.
We like Midnight.
For your binding, we love it.
We do.
And again, you get your pattern. Again, really popular. Blue's the most. The Bluebird is the most popular.
Is it?
But this is very striking.
I think now we're here, and when I'm looking at it, I think I'd go for that one.
Yeah, me too.
I love Bluebird. I love Kansas Troubles quilters, but I think that one, there's something. I think it works because it's a larger scale.
Yeah. And also as well, if you're making the quilt for perhaps somebody who doesn't have quilts. See, I think this would make the most amazing wedding gift.
I agree, because people who don't know quilts or make quilts find the kind of quilts that you and I sometimes make a bit too quilty.
Bit too quilty.
Whereas this is very simple. It's almost like Lone Star, those kind of simple, neutral kind of... It's not old people-y like a lot of my quilts are. Like a lot of my quilts are sort of more fussy, which puts some people off. Not me, because I love quilts.
I love it too.
Yes, but this is much kind of bolder and simpler. You're right. Good for a gift.
Yeah, I think so. Especially for people. Yeah, it's almost like a piece of wall art, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not as sort of fussy and traditional. It's kind of big, bold and simple.
Now
Like
that is the
you,
title
this
of my
is-
autobiography. Big, bold and simple.
There's always something we say that's either your nickname in prison or the title of your autobiography. We always end up there somehow. We haven't done any singing yet, but we usually end up singing as well.
We do, we do. You do, of course, get your pattern included. But if you want to make the whole job even easier, get yourself the template pack, $7.99 extra. Whether you're going digital, physical, or either of the kits, it's well worth getting. In here, you've got all your foundations already printed for you and all of your templates as well. All the templates that you'll need, all done. It just makes life easier. Okay, pattern on its own, physical pattern on its own. I think we can all agree this is an amazing design and will look good if you're a traditional quilter, if you're a modern quilter. Everything from Tilda through to Kay Facet, Anna Maria, you name it. You could throw anything at this pattern and it will look spectacular.
I totally agree. I have to say, I love the idea of Tula Pink in this and Kay Facet in this, because those are such big, bold designs.
Yeah, really agree. But equally, I think they would look amazing done in something like batiks.
Yeah, well, batiks are very striking as well, aren't they? So it could be
Digital
a really
pattern if you want.
striking
Yeah, totally.
look. Also great for your scraps, because you could literally throw scraps at this. You only need pieces about kind of this big for each section.
Yep.
So you could really rummage around in your scrap bin and do like maybe an ombre one.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah.
Now, if you've fallen in love with these fabrics and you just want a bundle...
What, am I coming to you?
Come over.
Ooh, what would you do with these? Because I know what I'd do with them.
I haven't got many. I'm going to just lay them out. You get 1/2 metre of each of these fabrics. Now, in total, there are 16 fabrics. So there are some fabrics in this mega bundle of 1/2 metres that you don't get in the kit. So if you've fallen in love with the style, you're also going to make a saving. Let's drop the price, Hannah. Let's drop the price. We're getting 1/2 metre for free, $8.99 saving. Now, what would you do with this?
I would make a Lone Star quilt with this.
That would be amazing.
I mean, because they're such simple colours, it would be so cool.
Yeah.
Like one of those just great big Lone Star quilts.
Yeah, spectacular.
Yeah. You? What would you do?
I think, well, I've recently made a couple of blue and white quilts. My Radiant Circles and my Stars in the Cabin quilts from Wheel of Quilting Volumes 1 and 3. Either of those would look great in this.
Okay.
Or maybe a Lemoyne Star.
What's a Lemoyne Star?
Like the 8-pointed diamonds, 8-pointed star.
Is that? Oh,
Lemoyne.
so it's like a Lone Star, but without all
Just
the extra
one-
bits. Just one Lone Star.
one layer.
Yes, yeah. So lots of Lemoyne Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. I
Something
agree.
like that.
I mean, you could make any quilt with this.
Yeah.
But I would probably put it with cream.
Yeah, maybe even a log cabin.
Oh, yes.
There's all your mediums and darks for one side.
I agree. And maybe a sort of blender, a nice cream blender.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely.
We could probably talk like this for hours, couldn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Just talk
Well,
about
I've
the
actually
quilts
got
we'd
my...
make.
there's only 3 of these bundles left, and I did actually have it in mind to buy this bundle myself.
For you?
For me.
Oh,
For me.
yes.
You get 1/2 metre for free. There are only 3 left. How many in baskets, Hannah? OK. More than twice as many of you with it in your basket than we have. So I probably won't get that, Lynn.
Doesn't look like it's going to be there for you, unfortunately.
I don't think it is.
No.
We've also got the Arabesque Mega Bundle.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
This really does speak to me, I have to say.
Yes, this is glorious.
Oh, look at that. Isn't that Liberty? Doesn't that look like a Liberty blender?
Fabulous.
Yeah.
You're getting 14 1/2 metres this time. Oh, gosh. Now, this is one that isn't in the kit.
No, it's not.
That's stunning.
Do you know why that's not in the kit? Because for me, in that design, those big shapes would have put the picture off. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely,
You know what I mean, don't you?
yeah.
I haven't expressed that very well, but
yeah.
Oh, that one's so nice.
Yeah, absolutely glorious. These are stunning. Oh, that's a lovely print too. That's one that isn't
Very
in
usable.
the kit. Very, very usable. And they've got that kind of
Gorgeous.
midnight, smoky...
Just a bit more denim-y, aren't they, than
They
the Bluebird? The Bluebird are a bit richer. These are a bit grayer.
Yeah, yeah.
That's lovely. That would make a great dress.
Yes, it would.
Oh, and
Yes, it
this,
would.
doesn't that look like conservatory furniture cushion cover? Lovely.
Fabulous. There's 2 left. There's 2 left of that one. 116. Remember, you got 14 1/2 metres in that bundle.
That's a lot of fabric.
It's a lot of lovely fabric.
Isn't it?
But I can never have too much.
I can never have too much, but once I've used a bundle,
Yep.
I want to
You
go
have
on
to move on.
I have to move on, so I don't keep fabric.
No, I don't.
I don't have scraps.
I don't know who said it. Someone said it. Too much of a good thing is wonderful.
Chocolate.
Oh, both of those mega bundles have sold out, so I'm not getting
You're
either
not
of them,
getting
Lynn.
either of those. They're
Can
both really
can I have your
gorgeous.
scraps?
No.
No.
No. That's not how this works.
I knew you were
Not
going to
how this
say
works.
that.
Lynn doesn't share.
Jackie said, morning, is the whole quilt paper pieced? If not, could we have a demo, please? Well,
Have we got time?
have we got time for a little bit more? Yeah.
I tell you what I could do.
bit
I
of
could
the-
do a little bit of talking through. Even if I can't actually demo, I can show you what the next steps would be. So
That'd
I'm
be
going to
awesome.
scoot back
Yes,
over
please.
here
Yes, please.
and show you with the
Only
little...
way to get the fabrics now are in the kits.
So in the time that we've got left, what I can show you is how this quilt goes together. So basically, when you have made one of those star pieces, which we just made, you then make all 8 of them, and you're going to put those together to make this centerpiece. I've lost my original... Oh, no, my original one is here. So when you've made the original one, just tear the paper off. I take it off at this stage. I don't leave it on until I've pieced. Some people prefer to leave it on until you've pieced, but particularly with a curve, I find that quite fiddly to be sewing through the edge of the fabric and the paper as well with a curve. So that is how you put your star together. So you can see that is pretty straightforward.
Gorgeous.
And I won't demo that because that'll be a lot of sewing of just putting a star together, which I think might be...
So you just go quarters, halves, and then the whole thing?
Exactly, exactly. And then the tip with all of these is always, if you stack them up, always press the whole lot the same way. So if you stack it, say, I think I've stacked it that way, press them all the same way, and then your seams are going to nest. Then when you've got a half a block, press them the same way, your seams will nest, so that you get like that it meets in the middle. Having said that, if it doesn't meet in the middle, don't beat yourself up because no one is ever going to notice. If you look at that now, you really couldn't see if that meets in the middle or not. So I do tell you how to make things meet in the middle, but I also say don't stress over it. Then when we come to, so this is how we make every other part of the quilt. So every single round of the quilt is made in this exact same way. So basically you'll have a template to cut out each piece. So we've got a template for each foreground piece and a template for each background piece. And you can't go wrong because if I find the right page of the pattern here, it shows you that we start with A, which is your foundation paper piecing. Then we've got pieces B and C. Then we go to... Oh, there's a D missing there. Well, you'll have to guess the D. Clearly, I missed that one off. Apologies. D and E, F and G. So it's laid out for you line by line as to which piece you're going to work with when. And what you're going to do, and I will show you with the pieces that I've got over here.
So this is just regular piecing?
It's just regular piecing. So basically, what you do is sew this piece to this, with all of them. Then you sew those into pairs with all of them until eventually you'll end up with a large circle, which I think you can see there. And then I'll just show you using half of this and half of the one I've got before, how you start to put this together. So you can see, and this is the hardest one. The center one you do is the hardest one because you've actually got curved seams. As you move further out and out on the quilt, you can probably see that these are actually straight lines. And every single other seam you do is straight lines. So once you've made this center section with those curved seams, it just gets easier and easier because it's straight lines. So you make each of these circles growing and growing and growing, and each one then has to be added to the one before. So the way you want to do that is you will... If you can see how you line this up, you'll have a look at the pattern anyway, and you can see that you line on the quilt.
On the middle,
Well, they do on the quilt, but what I did on the cushion was I line it up with the gaps between, if you see what I mean. So there's a slightly different layout for the cushion.
Yeah. Well, I really like that.
You see, that one, I think, I can't remember why, but it felt like it worked better like that. Whereas this one, to me, I wanted these pointing north and south and east and west, so it needed to be like that for this version. But you can actually do it how you like. You can do it either way. But, so what you do is you have your star pointing like that, so that it points to the centre of this triangle. And you've got, what have you got, Stuart, to help you line them up?
you have got
Buenas noches.
notches.
You've got
Buenas noches.
You've got notches. What Stuart's dad used to call buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
So on my pattern pieces, and I will just show you.
Talking of dads, we should say hello to your dad.
Oh, Robin, if you're watching. So my dad likes to watch me on Sewing Street on one condition. And the condition is that I'm on with Stuart. If I'm on with Stuart, he will watch. If I'm not, he won't. So hopefully you're watching this morning. Good morning, Robin.
Adorable. Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
So you can see on my pattern pieces that there are notches marked. They're marked on mine with a red circle, but I've cut out a gap here, which is how I normally do them. And that shows you, a bit like dressmaking, that you'll have like little marks, so everything lines up. So the way, when you add one circle to the previous one, the way you want to think about it is just lots and lots of very short seams. So don't think about it as one great big seam. Think of it as lots of little seams. So you want to pin at each intersection. So at each notch or at each seam join. So here what you've got is that's where your point is, and that's where your seam is. So that's going to be the next place that you're going to pin.
And actually having lots of reference points to line up is a gift to the quilt for accuracy. It makes it so much easier.
Absolutely is, because this quilt will look a lot better if your points broadly line up. If they don't broadly line up, the whole thing's going to go a bit skew-if. But I should also say, when you look at mine, and you probably can't see it on camera, but quite a few of my little triangle bits are kind of slightly nipped at the edges. Don't worry about that, because I bet you haven't noticed. Don't worry about like perfection with something like this. The effect is in the overall look. And I think sometimes people can get too caught up in every single thing being perfect. And I think just get on and make it.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree. What do they say? Perfection is the enemy of
good. Or of finished. I think a lot of people, particularly when you start out, you think, I want to make the perfect quilt.
It can be paralysing.
And then you can't get it finished because you want to be perfect. Get it finished and it not be perfect. Nobody will ever notice, not even you. When it's sitting on the back of your sofa or on a garden bench, you're never going to notice the little points that didn't match. It's only when you're making it that you see those.
A friend of mine, a very good quilt designer and teacher, she always used to say, oh, when there's a bit of gravy slopped on that, you won't see that mistake. Love it. Sage advice, Lynn, sage advice. Right, we do need to go to a little break because I have got Jane Greenoff, a cross-stitch legend herself. After the break, we've got so many brand new projects for you, including your first ever sampler. It might not be your first, but it's delightful. We've got our next instalment of the monthly in the garden. This is June, the potting shed. We've also got the beautiful Jane Austen quilt sampler. Absolutely beautiful. Don't go anywhere. See you after this.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance.
Yeah.
Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
This Friday on Sewing Street, it's Liberty Takeover Day, a full day dedicated to the iconic prints, colours and creativity of Liberty fabrics. And because it's a full Liberty takeover, buy anything on the day to qualify for the special badge. Join us Friday 26th for a full day of Liberty.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
This Friday on Sewing Street, it's Liberty Takeover Day. A full day dedicated to the iconic prints, colours and creativity of Liberty fabrics. And because it's a full Liberty takeover, buy anything on the day to qualify for the special badge. Join us Friday 26th for a full day of Liberty.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
It's always a special day here at Sewing Street when Jane Greenoff is in. That's Jane. Oh, how long's it been? Jane Greenoff, everybody.
Hello, you lot.
How
It's
are you?
nice to be back. I used to say my name, my maiden name was Fowler.
Okay.
And I'd gone to a private prep school. And then after I failed my 11 plus, my father said he wasn't going to waste another penny on me.
Oh, no.
And I went to the secondary modern.
Right.
Where I was laughed at for the first term. I said, my name is Jane Fowler.
Jane Fowler?
And talk properly.
Oh, I say.
And it was tough, actually.
Did you have to have the edges knocked off for you?
Yes, I did. Interesting, though, we made our kids speak properly at home.
Yeah, yeah.
You will speak properly.
Yes.
And playground patois is not allowed here. Anyway, they're both of them are the voices of their companies on the answering machines.
Love that.
Because they can speak properly.
Absolutely.
When necessary.
Quite right. Now, we have got June. It is June, and my goodness,
Still
it
June.
feels like June. We're in the
Goodness me.
garden. We're in the potting shed. We are in the potting shed. This is brand new from Jane Greenoff from Cross Stitch Guild. It is a month in the garden. This is the June. This is brand new today. This is on linen. This is on linen, and that's what the original is worked in.
It is, yes. Can I move it now?
Absolutely.
And put it there. There you go.
This is gorgeous. I love the little borders and the beds.
It's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fab.
It was a good idea to think of something every month, but I'm flying by the seat of my pants, I think is the phrase.
Are you?
Yes, because July's just gone to be stitched now, and that's next week, isn't it?
What is good to know is that in your kit, you get everything. All of your threads, your needle, your beads. You get the beading needle.
Yes, yes. These are actually little seed pearls.
Gorgeous.
And that's
Ooh.
sort of to celebrate the fact that it's 30 years that the Cross Stitch Guild's been formed.
Oh, how lovely.
So we've used pearls in a few things this year, and all this set so far, I've just had a few.
Is this cow parsley?
Yes.
I thought so.
That was the theory.
You get a coloured chart. Do you also get a symbol chart?
Yes, you do.
Wonderful.
So people vary on what their favourite is. Publishers like coloured charts because when you flick through a book it looks prettier. A lot of stitchers prefer black and white, so you can colour them in as you go. But anyway, you get both in here.
Good.
And all the instructions. You don't get the frame. This came from a well-known shop. I could mention range.
Go for it.
I've said the range. The range.
Said it.
It's done now.
It's done.
Well, you know, it's framing is quite costly, isn't it? And we all struggle a bit and run out of wall space. But yes, so this was a good opportunity to use this set.
Gorgeous.
So this is on linen. If you want to work it on the Ada fabric, there's absolutely no reason why not.
Do that next.
And there you are.
Here's the Ada.
You can see when you look at the fabric, the squares are clearer. If you've never stitched before, they're easier to see. Let's just put it like that. I learnt on linen in 1983, and I didn't know there was any Ada. And I bought something on linen and just did it. But the Ada obviously has uses, and it can be quick.
You could mix and match, couldn't you, even?
Yes, you don't need to use the same one for all the different ones.
And what's lovely, I think, about this collection is you can do one, you can do them all.
Absolutely. I've worked it out that it's 12 designs. The first 4 were portrait shaped, and we'll have a look at those in a minute. The next 4 have been landscape, and I think the final 4 will be portrait again.
Lovely.
And they make a nice set.
Nice
I mean,
for
maybe you don't
grouping.
want them all, but, you know, yeah. Very pleased with
Beautiful.
them.
I love all the detail that's going on in the potting shed. It's absolutely brilliant and such a lot of fun to work as well.
And you can add to it as well. I've made suggestions of where you could put different stitches and try out different things. It's not difficult to do. It could be a first project if it was worked on the Ada fabric.
Are these radishes?
I can't remember if they're radishes or beetroots.
Oh, lovely. Well, I like
Might
both.
be beetroot.
Gorgeous. Charlie's obsessed with his radishes at the moment. This is exclusively available, by the way, at SewingStreet. Can't get it anywhere else until the 2nd of July.
No, that's right.
Thank
But
you
it's
for
your
that.
yes. Well, it's nice that we have a thing that goes through the year. I don't know there'll be a thing going through next year yet.
Okay.
Because this will be the 5th or 6th one we've done.
Yeah, it's a lot of work
It's
every year.
It's a lot of work.
But gorgeous. £16 for either linen or Ada. You choose.
Comes out the same size, so it's not a question of it looking childlike or silly in any way at all. It's just quicker and easier if you've never done it.
On
to
Ada.
To do it on the Ada.
Ada is the main graphic, but in the smaller graphic, that's the linen. There it is. It's just popped back in. But the pictures will look exactly the same when you've worked them.
Yes, they will. They will.
Beautiful. I love the fact that you've got those little seed pearls. Half the stock of Ada's gone. Linen popular too.
Have fun with it. I think it's well. I obviously think it's a brilliant hobby because I do it night and day.
Something I did a huge amount of when I was a teenager, and I often go back to it as a
I think people do go back to it.
So
yes.
relaxing. It's wonderful. Now, we've got May. All of the months from January right up to this point are available on the website. We are going to show you May. We won't show you the others, but we will show you May now. This was last month.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I love that.
That's
I
sweet,
love
isn't it?
that.
So the little robin occurs quite a lot, and there's some little seed pearls again, and the watering can.
Are there seed pearls on every one of the
Every one of
pictures?
them has got
That's
a little
gorgeous.
something going on. Well, it was our pearl anniversary. The guild was formed in 1996 on the 16th of the month, only because that was the day that the direct debit system gave us for the direct debit.
Fair enough.
And we started it as a direct result of me being at a fair where a lady popped up, came on the stand, visibly upset, in tears, and I sort of said, "Oh gosh, are you all right? You know, do you want to sit down, or can I get you some water?" "No, I'm fine, she said. "I've been somewhere else at this show, and I've been told my cross-stitch isn't real embroidery." And I said, "I'm sorry, what?" And I went to move,
Were you rolling your sleeves up at this point?
I didn't bother. I was going to.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
I went to do, and my husband just grabbed me by the. He said, "I think
I'm
there'll
being
be a
the
better
husband
way."
right now, by the way.
Yes, yes. He just said, "I think there'll be a better way of dealing with this."
Yeah.
And the cross stitch guild was formed as a
So
direct
that's why
result
you
of it.
did that?
That's why we did it.
To say, yes, cross stitch
Yes,
is beautiful embroidery.
If you look up the word embroidery, it's quite clear. You can embellish a story, you can embroider a story, you can embroider a picture, and sneering at someone's craft is insulting.
Of course it is, of course it is. And it reduces the person saying it, not the craft.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was very cross.
Well, I love it when someone channels that anger into something beautiful and positive.
It was great because, you know, I got advice, obviously, because, you know, I thought the Cross Stitch Guild, we'll have to have one.
Yeah.
And the motto, we struggled to come up with a simple motto, right? And my wretched accountant, who I fight fairly regularly, really, he actually said, it was obvious, it's together we count.
That's so clever. I've never heard the motto of the guild.
So actually, it's about
That's so clever.
Counting, because you do. You know, starting off with blank fabric. I'll talk a bit more about this in a minute. You start off with blank fabric. You have freedom to choose what you want to embellish and what you don't. If you don't like the little robin on there, you leave him off. There isn't a drawing underneath.
No.
No transfer, nothing going on.
Although I defy anybody not to put the robin on the top of the spade, Jane.
We've taken a new puppy, all right? There is a reason for me telling you this. And him and I get up at 6:30 in the morning and we go down the garden in my arms and I sit on a bench and he gets put on the ground to perform. And so this has been going on now, it's nearly a month, so I've been up early. And the robin comes every day.
Oh,
we've got a tree seat
to witness the performance.
To witness the performance. He stands on. I mean, he's where this about there.
Oh,
so tame, and he comes and checks what's going on.
We've just had them nesting in the garden.
Oh, smashing!
And so we had baby robins.
I love a nest.
Absolutely delightful.
I love a nest.
This is nearly sold out, by the way. If you've got Ada in your basket, please don't hang about. Christy says, I've met Jane, lovely lady, but I wouldn't cross her.
Excellent. I'm sorry about
Very good,
that.
Christy.
I just couldn't believe anybody could have been so spiteful, actually.
Now, let's talk about First Sampler, because you are, like me, an encourager.
I am.
We love people to try things
It's there, and I've got the kits. There they are, darling.
This is oh, brilliant, thank you. This is brand new today.
It's got a history, though.
It does. It is new to us, but it's not its first time out, strictly speaking.
Well, yes. If we go back 39 years, I'm in hospital having a baby, and this...
Picture the scene.
Picture the scene. And this, or something very close to this, was actually shown on Pebble Mill at 1. Was it called Pebble Mill?
Pebble Mill at 1, absolutely.
Pebble Mill by Nick. And the chatting about the idea of counting and doing a sampler of your family. And I found a cutting of this in Woman's Realm magazine, which is long gone, isn't it, I think? It was in Woman's Realm magazine. And while I was having the baby, Bill was packing materials packs.
Love it.
Like they were going out of fashion. And because we've got a lot of people watching these programmes who have yet to count, and haven't had a try, we thought we'd bring back the first sampler.
It's wonderful.
So
and also as well, who doesn't love a cross-stitch sampler?
Well,
they are quintessential,
absolutely,
aren't they?
They are. So it's an alphabet, upper and lowercase. That's useful in itself because you'll be able to use those letters to write something, or a child's name on the door, or a simple card for somebody.
What was the original idea of a sampler then, Jane?
Well, that depends.
Oh, I've asked the question.
Yes, you've asked the question. If we go right back to the beginning of samplers, they were band samplers. They were long, thin pieces of fabric, selvage to selvage, but maybe only so wide. And they were, instead of the book, because there weren't any, we're looking 17th century, at that sort of time. And basically what would happen is somebody would, like a pattern they'd seen, copy it in a little strip, keep copying different things, roll them up and put them in a drawer, and they're a work of reference.
It's a reference mark.
And there is an etching that I've seen once and never managed to find since, where there is a drawer full of these rolls, and a band sampler has sold for $1 million.
Wow. Did you want to just get your hands on them?
I wanted to get in that drawer.
Yeah.
But then later, the thing you're more familiar with, I'm quite sure, is a little house with 2 trees and an alphabet. And these would have been more likely to be in Victorian times, often done by children. Now, on here, this is an old one, standing next to me
Amazing.
here. She was 10 years old, and it's on linen. Can you
Isn't
believe
that
it?
amazing?
So it's got an alphabet. This one doesn't have house on it, but often they did have a house. Sometimes it would be the school building or a village, something that everybody knew. So that's how this came to pass.
Gorgeous.
Some little figures, a couple of animals, a couple of children, and somewhere to write. And you don't have to do that. I mean, you could put whatever you wanted. It could be Happy Wedding Day. You know, it could be anything you like, whichever you prefer.
Now, the sample that we've got here is worked on Ada, I believe, isn't it? So this is how it will look on Ada. And that's the kit that we've got in the graphics. So £25, that's all your threads, your coloured and your black and white chart, your needle, threads, exclusive to us here as well until the 2nd of July.
This one is pre-sorted. Now, there's quite a lot of extra instruction. I think all our kits have lots of good instructions, and we specialise in that with good diagrams and things done by our beautiful graphics man, Ethan. But we put extra in this one, a bit of hand-holding. The idea being that if you've genuinely not ever done this, this would be nice to have the threads sorted for you already, the charts in colour and in black and white, and there's 2 long sheets of instructions if you've never tried it.
So you've got extra hand-holding.
Extra hand-holding.
So if this genuinely is the first cross-stitch you've ever done, you've got everything you need.
Absolutely.
Needle included too?
Yes, needle in there.
Great. And it's just a beautiful piece of work. I think there's something very, very soothing and familiar about working things like the alphabet as well, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely. And when you start one of these samplers, you're going to fold your fabric into 4, and you're going to start in the middle, or you're going to count to the middle, which would actually be down to the roof. So you count down to there, and you'd work however many stitches that was across there. And the trick with counted cross stitch that makes it look so special is the crosses face the same way. By that I mean the top stitch is either going from left to right or right to left, whichever you choose. Now, I'll give you a reason.
Be consistent.
That's the trick. With any counted project, any of the things we do, if you're consistent with the way the stitches are made, it will always look better. And you can turn your work, as long as you turn it all the way, because the crosses still face the same way. But with my first sampler, I turned it that way, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and the stitches didn't face the same way. So all of this information is in there, and it's the most mindful and relaxing thing, because you have to pay some attention to count, but not so much that you can't function. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I love that about counted cross stitch, especially a nice simple design, because yes, you have to concentrate 7 stitches working down from here. Once you've placed that first stitch, then you can kind of rejoin the conversation, can't you, and work those stitches.
Exactly. And I mean, I've used cross stitch on those occasions when I've been under stress. And when my husband had 5-hour surgery 18 years ago, I sat with my back to the clock for 5 hours and 47 minutes, actually, stitching a building that I was doing. And it just, you know, took that, stopped thinking about it away. And the numbers of people I've spoken to in the 40-odd years now I've been doing it, who have found it being a lifesaver. And it sounds dramatic, but there have been occasions for people where it's been the thing that kept them sane when they had their stitching to go to, if it was only just for a few hours.
Yeah, something absorbing, something creative, something beautiful.
Yes, yes, absolutely smashing.
I love that.
Yes, so there you are. That's my first sampler.
It's gorgeous. It could be your first sampler too. That's on Ada. We've also got it on linen. Yeah, got it on linen. It'll come out exactly the same size on linen, won't it?
Exactly the same size.
Now, you've already covered this, but Hannah wasn't listening.
Sorry,
joking.
Hannah, he can't be kept in order.
No, Hannah was just saying, so if you are starting, can you just start anywhere? Do you have to start in the middle?
What I'm going to encourage is to start with, if you're coming to this new, start in the middle.
Because I've been naughty and started elsewhere.
Oh, as have I.
Yeah.
We've also had the phone call when people realised that the chart is not the size of the finished piece of stitching, because the fabric, this is 14 blocks to the inch, right? The linen one is 28 blocks to the inch because you work over 2 threads. This you work over 1 box, right?
Got you.
And if you don't start in the middle, you can get it so you run off the edge. You could not have enough fabric.
Is there any way back from that?
There have been methods where I've had to put fabric on for people.
Oh.
So I would guarantee. The other is a good reason, and that is this is a nice big batch of colour, so you can get a bit of steam up. You know, you can get going. I work without a frame or hoop. I have it folded in my hand, and I work with a sewing movement. So I do the underneath cross, and then go back and cover them. Okay. Now, if you do that, firstly you get lovely straight lines on the back. What would I do if you turned over my stitching and looked at the back without reference? Would I strike here, do you think?
No.
I would.
Would you?
Yes.
Oh, would you?
I really don't allow it. If you want to show somebody the back of your work, that's lovely. Anyone who just turns it over.
Oh, okay. I always see what you mean. If someone just grabbed your work and had a look.
You will perfect this.
I wouldn't dare.
You will perfect this yourself. We are our harshest critics, aren't we? So if you make an error, unpick it. No big deal. These individual letters, you can see how far apart they are. One piece of advice I will give you, though, is when you're counting, mistakes counting are made where you count over large empty squares.
Okay.
So if I do the roof and the house, and I count along to the tree and do the tree, I can get to the border by going 1, 2, 3. Not going to make a mistake. Counting from the bird to there, you're more likely to make a mistake.
Definitely.
So short distances, travel short distances, even if it means doing the house and then counting to the little dog and then counting to this.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So don't try and do all the pink bits, all the black bits, all that, because sometimes people want to take that approach, don't they? It doesn't really work.
Well, you come unglued.
Yeah.
I did something called the spring sampler, which I think was design 16, and it was for a newspaper from memory, and I did the border first because I'm obviously clever, and missed.
So it didn't join up.
And then I unpicked the first mistake, but it had missed somewhere else.
Oh,
So
no.
you know, take it from me, if you start in the centre with your first project, now obviously there will be occasions when I'll tell you on a long band sample you're going to start at the top. But first time, give this a whirl.
And would you recommend, as this is very much your first sampler, would you recommend going Ada or linen? I know you learned on linen, but...
I think if you've never stitched, the Ada one would be easier for you to understand.
Fair enough.
And when you've counted and got one finished, you can branch out.
Yeah. Don't reject linen. Beautiful. Beverly's message to say, morning, Stuart and Jane. I've been making Jane's kits for several years now. I learned cross stitch as a girl. Thank you, Jane, for the stitch book. Every crafter should get this. We couldn't agree more, Jane. We couldn't agree more. Right, that's Ada and linen, our first. Now, I'm very, very excited about our next project, which is the Jane Austen. This is so beautiful, Jane. This is absolutely incredible.
I'm going to grab it.
Yes, of course. There we go.
So the anniversary.
Linen's going to come up first. Oh my goodness, the colour of that linen background is sublime.
So this has got a lovely, yes. So this is unbleached linen. So this is raw linen. This is a counted sampler. As I said, talking about this being a sampler already, this border actually came from one of my antique samplers on my wall at home, from the right period. This is the Georgian property where she lived in the last part of her life and where she wrote the famous books. And these are some of her quotes and her dates. And it was to celebrate. And so much of the celebration that's gone on has been in Bath, because obviously it was a Regency place. But actually, this is such a different house. We thought we'd go back to her origins.
It's really beautiful. The alphabet on here is just
sweet,
gorgeous. And the scale, it's just so refined, isn't it?
And
really
so
beautiful.
pre-sorted on Ada or linen.
Lovely vibrant palette as well,
yes,
Jane.
Well, the house is very bright.
Delicious.
In real life. Yes, so very pleased with it, actually. It's worked really well.
Sue's asked an interesting question. I like this. May I ask Jane if she uses different coloured linen, or do you hand dye them with tea, for example?
I've done both. I've also dyed fabric. I had a little series of fabrics called Fabrics to Dye For.
Love that.
And yes, and I have dunked things in tea, not only the fabric, but the stitching as well. I did a replica Bristol sampler, which is a red alphabet sampler, and I wanted it to look older than it did, and the whole thing went into black tea, including the embroidery.
That's taking quite a risk, Jane.
Yeah, well, I tested it for colour fastness first. I'm always very careful. But
I was making my eye twitch when you said
yes,
that.
I can
do
imagine.
all the work and then dunk it in a teapot. I'm going to we've got the Ada kit. I'm just going to show you. I want to show you these side by side because there's a difference in the colour. Obviously, this is unbleached linen. This is still a very beautiful.
It's a lovely colour. We actually call that tea dyed because it looks as if you dunked it in tea.
Perfect.
So
this same colour threads.
Same colour threads, and you can see how well they work. You can tell. I mean, when I'm choosing the threads for a project, I will choose some, and then before I do the fabric, I'll actually get this out, and I've got daylight in the room, and I'll put the threads on the fabrics and pick the one that makes it pop enough. Yes?
And that's based on your, what is it now, 40 plus years of designing?
Just say 40.
Just say 40.
I was saying something to someone the other day, and I just said, I've been doing this 30 years, and Bill went, 40? I said, it can't be 40.
Hush, dear, hush.
And of course it is.
Fabulous. I mean, fabulous. All that experience and all distilled. Just wonderful. I love this so much. It is a real thing of beauty, isn't it? Just be careful. The Ada is just about single figures now. Right. If you want the Ada version, it's still beautifully refined, isn't it? The alphabet is gorgeous. That beautiful, beautiful border. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Now, next up, we have got the Summer Arch. Oh, this is a lovely
This is part of a
piece of
series.
work.
Look at this.
Linen
look,
first.
It's brought me out in goosebumps, look.
Me too.
So this started as it wasn't going to be a series, but it is now. So this is the Summer Arch. Autumn Arch is being stitched as we speak. There is a winter one as well.
Lovely.
So far.
So we've had spring.
I don't know if I don't actually know if I've done a spring one or not.
Oh,
My
fair
brain's
enough.
that frilly.
Well, we've got autumn and winter to look forward to.
Absolutely.
There will be.
So
that's
this
gorgeous.
is just a stone arch and a sort of a view through, really. Again, it's framed in a purchase frame that works really well. I've got a few extra stitches on here. So these are a little buttonhole wheel stitches.
Gorgeous.
I think that's all. There's some colonial or French knots there.
Is that black work?
Well, yes. Now, it's interesting you should say that. Actual black work is done to be double-sided, so that if you turn it over, the picture looks the same. So it can't be worked in backstitch. It has to be worked in double running stitch. So you go along in one direction and then you come back and fill in. And it was done in the Tudor time, really, to imitate lace, and it would be on cuffs and collars and so on. This is actually done in backstitch.
Okay.
Because it isn't double-sided, and it's meant to be a rose arch. But yes, it has the look of backstitch.
Absolutely gorgeous. That's on linen. All of your charts, coloured and black and white. threads, needle, your linen, the whole kit and caboodle.
Yes.
£20. It's such an affordable hobby as well, isn't it,
Yes.
cross stitch?
Yes, you don't need anything except a really good pair of sharp scissors. Other than that, you know, I don't use a hoop or frame, but you must decide yourself
Sure,
whether
you
you
can
want
if
to.
you want.
Exactly.
We do that in Ada as well.
Yep.
It's been really popular. Oh, now look at that. So
Now
that's your linen, isn't it?
That's linen Ada.
Linen
Just to
Ada.
completely confuse you. All it means is the construction is the same in that it's made just like the cotton Ada, but in boxes.
So it is made of linen?
It's made of linen, not cotton. Most Ada is made of pure cotton.
Yeah.
And it's not a new... I've got a sampler from late 1800s worked on an Ada type fabric.
That's gorgeous. That's proving popular. Again, just remember to check out your basket on both of those. Now, next up, this is something very different, very different. I haven't seen this before. This is absolutely beautiful. This is very limited edition, Catherine Archer linen fabric. Now, tell me the story behind this.
Well, I have Catherine's sampler at home, which, if you can imagine, that's the top of the sampler.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom of the sampler is where she signs it there. So it's not very large, very fine.
Is it actual size?
Actual size. It's 57 count fabric, and there was no electric light or magnifiers. It's staggering, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And this little girl was born of labouring family up in Shotley, Northumberland, and her mother died of peripheral fever when she was born, which would have been quite common in those days. And her father managed to keep her for about 3 years. Then we don't know what happened to her. Then she turned up at the orphanage in Bristol.
Right.
When she was about 7. And she was there until she was 14, where she went into service in Blackheath in London. So it's a real sampler. These Bristol samplers are incredibly collectible. One sold less than a month ago. I can't remember which town it was in. And it fetched £7,000.
Wow.
So mine is very precious.
Wow.
So what you do with it isn't to stitch.
No.
It's just to make something pretty.
You could frame one repeat of it, couldn't you?
Absolutely, why not? Or chunk.
Absolutely gorgeous.
So this is a replica, it's colour fast. There's lots of things you could do. I've made project cases, needle books, that sort of thing. Just frame a little fraction of it. There we are.
It's absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to show you the other fat quarter. Again, this is so special.
This is very limited.
Very limited indeed.
Yes, so this, when I was on last time, I brought with me my casket that I've covered. I've covered it in embroidery, and this is a miniature version of that embroidery that's been printed for me. It's a cotton and linen mix. All these little patterns have come from a selection of samplers from 1600s on to about 1850. So all the little flowers and things are related to historical backgrounds. And again, needle cases.
Scissor keeper.
Scissor keepers.
What bows?
What bows.
Absolutely gorgeous. We are going to give you a very short checkout break. We'll see you after this. There's so many new things. We've shown you all the new. We've got loads more to come, but we're going to give you a short checkout break. Check out your baskets, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Right, now, exclusive until the 2nd of July, the potting shed. We're in the garden with Jane Greenoff. I would love to spend an afternoon in the garden with Jane Greenoff.
Actually, I would too, but isn't it hot at the moment?
Oh, too much.
Not in here, actually.
Too
it's
much.
A bit dry.
Yeah.
This temperature yesterday, it was 35.5.
That's a lot.
As we came back from Worcester, having looked after our grandchildren. It got cool. I think the area around, well, here, in the valley, if you like, was staying there.
Yeah.
Did you have massive thunderstorm the other night?
No.
We had one that woke Bill and I, and it actually struck a tree in the where we take our dog for a walk.
Oh gosh, really?
And split it in half. Amazing.
Wow, nature's
Anyway.
powerful, isn't it?
Golly.
This is June in the potting shed. You get your full kit. What do we get inside the kit, Jane?
So you're going to get your fabric, your needle. There are some little seed pearls in this whole range that we're doing at the moment. You get a black and white chart and a coloured chart, your threads and a thread card to sort them. And then you just start in the middle of the project, as I was saying earlier. So it will be somewhere in the potting shed is where you'd start.
Is it a beginner project?
No reason why not.
Absolutely great. Love
No
that.
reason why not at all.
Yep. It's the same little crosses, isn't it?
Yes,
Throughout.
Yes, that's right.
Linen.
Yes, and there's the... So I stitched this on linen. I think probably the whole series will be, but that I might have a word with Andrew. We might do some... They're always available on both. So I can't do any stitches that won't work on Ada in the series. All right.
I love the addition of the seed pearls, isn't they?
It's quite
gorgeous.
sweet, isn't it?
It's really lovely. And that's because the guild is...
30 years old.
30 years old.
30th anniversary this
So
year.
we get for 30 years pearls.
Yes.
Marvellous.
Yes.
I shall look forward to it. Just had crystal. Crystal. Decanter. Right, next up, still on that kind of in the garden potting shed theme, we've got this little marvel, Jane.
Isn't it just sweet?
The greenhouse pin cushion.
There you are.
I'm just going to pop it on its side.
So you can
Look. This is adorable. And Lynne Goldsworthy, who had not met you before, just was all over this gorgeous little thing. It's such a quaint thing, isn't it?
And it's made in one piece with just a little piece for the bottom separately. And again, you're going to have a flat chart. I'm just going to check. It's cross-stitch throughout. There's a few French knots in the flowers. Other than that, it's just cross-stitch.
It's an amazing kit price as well, isn't it? $14.99, and you're getting your linen there, you're getting all of your threads, your needle, your two charts, one black and white, one colour.
Absolutely. And the thing about this is mine's full of dry rice, raw. Actually, it's basmati because that's all I had.
Oh, you are posh,
I
Jane,
know,
basmati.
I know, ridiculous. But I quite like that because they sit with a nice plump.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do that when I show you this one in a minute. They stay put.
Yeah.
The original set were done as last year's monthly project, and they were ornaments to go on the mantelpiece. This is that we're going to come to this one in a minute. So they had no back on because they were one-sided, but obviously the greenhouse had to be a complete shape.
And you could use that as a pin cushion.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
It's gorgeous, yeah. So that's the linen kit. And then we've also got that in, this is Ada. So it's going to look the same.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
If I haven't worked in 3 dimensions before, is this going to be a challenge?
I don't see why. You're stitching it flat.
Yeah.
It's just like a, if you imagine a cutout toy for a child.
But how do you make it? Because I can't even see seams.
Well, let me just have a look. So let me just see where that was joined there. So that's one join.
Yeah.
And that's a join.
Yeah.
And that's a join.
Oh, okay. And would it come out the same size in Ada?
Yes.
It's exactly the same.
Yes, and then you just put a little
Gorgeous.
piece in the bottom.
Yeah. So lovely. So lovely. It's a little Victorian greenhouse, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely smashing. $14.99, that's the Ada kit. And you get everything you need, just add your own dry rice.
I mean, you can use polyester wadding or anything else you've got to stuff things, but I quite like my pin cushions want to stay where I put them.
Yes.
And they do.
Yes.
Because they're weighted.
Yes.
I like them weighted.
Weighted. If you want, we've got polystyrene beads that we sell as well.
Oh, yes, if you wanted. I mean, I don't carry all these around with me.
Emery powder?
Yes, when you can get it.
Or crushed walnuts?
Yes.
That's quite popular
because that was
for pin
used.
cushions,
Yes,
isn't
that's
it?
right. All right, so there
Lovely,
you are.
yeah, fantastic. The other one that we've got, the flower shop. Again, let me grab the kits. We'll start with linen. So
This
tell
is
me the
fun,
background to
isn't it?
the
So this
flower
is
shop.
where they were. Well, there's a whole series of these. If you go on the website, you'll see. I think there were. Well, there must have been 12, including the little greenhouse.
Yep.
These were done to sit on a window ledge or something. So there's just a little piece of faux silk on the back. You could obviously stitch the back if you wanted to.
Do I get the faux silk included?
Yes, oh yes, it's included.
Fantastic.
Yes, there you are.
Yeah, there it
It's
is.
shot silk stuff.
Wow, $14.99, and that's quite a big piece of work as well,
Yes,
isn't
yes,
it?
absolutely.
There's lots there.
And you can see here how the coloured charts look. They're really pretty, look.
Yeah,
And you've got a black and white chart as well.
it's fab.
So that's on linen.
And you, I was going to say all of it's covered in cross stitch, but actually just the inside of the windows
are
isn't.
left. Yes, that's right.
That's gorgeous. Love
very
that.
fun.
So that's linen. We've also got it on Ada, if you prefer.
And there's some lining showing there.
Oh,
and
that's
the
nice.
threads. It's a good bundle of threads, look,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's loads.
So
It's
they,
really
They were very
gorgeous.
popular, these little houses. One lady sent me pictures. She'd worked all of them and done her own house.
Oh, wow.
Really clever.
That's clever.
Yeah, I was ever so pleased. It was
That's really
really,
clever.
really super.
Very nice. Very
So
nice.
they're good fun to do.
Now, Jane, you've written a number of must-have books. Probably the one that we've all benefited from most, I think, is the stitch book, like the Bible of stitching techniques.
It's interesting you should say that. This happened because my Cross Stitcher's Bible, which came out in 2000 originally, was out of print. And I actually didn't have a copy. And I was in my office and I wanted to do a cut hem on this particular piece of work. And I just sat there thinking, why, how do I do that? What I need is a ... stitch book. And I went, oh. So this first one.
I'll write one.
I'll write one.
I mean,
This
most
is-
people would just go out and buy one, Jane, but you wrote it.
Well, this is the 4th edition. It's signed, obviously. There's a little bit about herself there. And this is me signing the books in a great pile.
Oh, yes.
These diagrams are very special, and I'll introduce you to these because when I started stitching, the books I could buy showed you the stitch but not the fabric. It was like a blank area. So you couldn't actually see how many threads were involved in the stitch. And so our wonderful Ethan, whose other job is illustrating Grey's Anatomy.
Wow.
I think he's on his 6th version of the pancreas at the moment.
Great. Me too, actually.
So there you go. All these stitches. So they're in alphabetical order. And so over the years, when we did the first one, members of the guild would say, oh, well, if you do it again, could you put in so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so? So it grew like Topsy. So there's a nice big section on Hardanger, and there's a section on hemming.
Oh, there's even Hardanger in there.
There is. And then, if we go to the end, this is also born of people getting in touch. We haven't got anything here with me this time that actually shows you, but this is how to make a folded hem around the edge of your stitching.
Have you got how to do a cut hem in there? As that was the reason for writing it?
Yes. Making tassels, making twisted cord, making biscuit news, all these different things have been asked for. These are life size. So if you're like me and you've finished a project and there are 19 needles in heaps, you can tell which one's which.
It's a must-have. I don't think it even needs to be said, really. If you cross-stitch, if you embroider, if you intend to, it's your go-to. And publishers hate them. Book lovers and users love them. The spiral bound. Why spiral bound?
Well, because it lies flat when you're using it. And this one doesn't, of course.
No,
but it doesn't have to in the same way.
Well, this is the kind of book you're not going to put down. You're just going to sit reading while you're at the pool, in the garden. This is Jane Greenoff, Kiss and Tell. It's not. Morning, Stuart and Jane. I'm on holiday in Cornwall, and I'm reading Jane's book. Amazing book. So glad I bought it for my holiday. That's from Liz.
Well, thank you very much. That's very kind, love. Thank you.
Just a second. Do you recognise that fabric?
Yes.
Sorry, Jane.
Yes.
It's that, isn't it?
It was actually the bigger version of that, which sold out completely. And so that because I was in the middle of this project at the time, it was the perfect opportunity to give the book a stitchy feel.
So, what is Following a Thread? Is it like a biography?
Yes. Ooh. What it is that 2 years ago, or perhaps 3, I gave a talk to a group of 220 stitchers who were at a retreat in Swindon at the Hilton.
Yeah.
And
I love that there's a chapter called Making Babies, Jane.
Yes, we did have difficulties in that department. Okay. Anyway, we did make 2.
Excellent.
Anyway, there's pictures of there's me as head girl. Me with the lovely Jo Verso, who sadly was killed in a car crash. Me with Lord Bath.
I didn't know that.
Yes, she was killed in France.
Oh,
her and her husband had just bought, well, they were buying a cottage to go to. And they had a white Porsche, and she hit a tree and was killed instantly. And he died about 7 or 8 weeks later.
Oh, dear.
Very, very sad. This is Lord Bath.
Yes.
Who's sadly no longer with us, Alexander Lord Bath. And
was he Alexander to you?
Yeah, he was.
Really? Did you know him?
Yes, my husband wanted to know why he was making me smile like that.
I was going to say, were you one of his wifelets?
No.
Oh, Jane. Just say yes. No. Make my day.
No, he's absolutely charming man. Yeah. He got a bad press, I think. But anyway, but bless his heart, we had the launch of the Cross Stitch Guild on the 16th of March, 96.
30 years ago.
30 years ago. And it was in the Needlecraft Centre that was formed in the old stables at Longleat. And Lord and Lady Bath came to the launch. And he's wearing a cross-stitch waistcoat.
You see, there aren't enough flamboyant characters in this world, are there?
No.
That's one of the things that he brought, real flamboyance.
Yes.
How lovely.
Marvellous.
Alexander. Is there a little story in here about that?
The fact that he came and was charming. His wife told me off for being cheeky.
Jane, no.
Anyway, so it really, what it was when I had this talk with all these Americans and English stitchers, and just told stories, really.
Yeah.
And I'd followed.
That's lovely Bill, your husband, isn't it? There.
Yeah, it's my lovely Bill.
Lovely Bill.
Yes, I mean, I told stories of how we got to where we were today, and all the coincidences and the funny things that happened. We have had a very full life. Maybe we continue to do so.
Absolutely.
And when I finished talking and it was circulating with everybody, at least 12 individuals said, you really ought to put it in a book. That's how it started. And then Jenny Dixon, my editor, said, we're going to call it Following a Thread. And can I show you one thing? Okay, in the back, just bear with me a second. There's lots of bits and pieces. I'm not sure if I'm going to get straight to it. Bear with me. There you are. There's the first sampler.
There's the sampler. There's the
That's
sampler.
the picture of it being in a woman's realm. But you
see, that's real kudos, Jane. That's real kudos. You see, for me, it was the most enormous treat to meet you, like the first time, and to work with you, because I had sewn your designs. Do you know what I mean? But then it's like, but I have your book. But I've done your patterns in magazines, and here I am with
chatting.
you. But it's true, isn't it? It's such a thrill. It's
I'm
true.
taking no notice
it's
of it.
true.
I shall never
Love
live this
watching you
down.
both, says Jill. I have this lovely book, and with this heat, it's the best time to read it. Thank you.
Oh, well done. Thank you. See here? This is the story about the thread thief. And this is going through the book. This little nest, I found a nest in my garden full of threads, coloured threads. And I'm thinking, is it me? And actually what happened then was that we realised that I'd been stitching in the garden, and you know all the little bits of thread that left over at the end of everything?
Yes.
Well, a bird had come and taken them and used them in their nests.
So they have the most beautiful multicoloured...
And I've seen the multicoloured nests. So we must have had 3 or 4 now. So I put my odds and ends out in the garden.
Oh, you do it deliberately now?
Yes, absolutely.
That's lovely.
So the little bird is flying through the pages.
It's lovely.
There you are.
Again, if you love a good read and I mean, I could just listen
funny.
to your stories all day long. Lots of them are in there.
I've got to tell you one more thing.
Go on.
Okay. Did you know that my voice on my videos on the internet, in YouTube, have put 1.7 million people to sleep?
Now that is saying something, Jane.
This is a fact. Now, I have to say, when I was told that having spent 3 days filming instructional videos for people to learn something, I didn't realise how many of them would drop off. And they do.
And were you using your prep schoolgirl voice as well?
I was using this voice.
Not Jane Fowler?
No, absolutely this voice. And when I found out, I was written to from a university in California to say, were you aware that your voice is being used to put people to sleep? And I must admit, I was a bit perturbed. Now, of course, I mean, it is the family joke.
That's the
as
point
you
of
can
pride.
imagine. I mean, it's ridiculous. And if you read the comments, of which there are thousands of comments, things like, this is how Lady Diana would have sounded had she lived longer. And Jane must live in a Cracker Barrel, whatever that is.
In a Cracker Barrel?
Well, it's a cheesy biscuit that's very posh.
Isn't it also a restaurant?
Don't know.
I think there's a restaurant called Cracker Barrel. Perhaps I think you live in a restaurant. Not quite sure what the connection would be.
Anyway, so...
That's hilarious, Jane.
It must be a voice, mustn't it?
I think it's a soothing voice unless you're telling someone off, Jane, and then it's not a soothing
well,
voice.
if they say cross stitch isn't a real embroidery, they deserve to be told
Or if I
off.
just picked up your work and started having a shifty at the back of it.
them. Absolutely, it's very rude.
Very rude. Your first sampler. We've actually seen the original magazine cover, which I just love. Ada first. Easy to work on, easy to work.
Yes, yes.
And such a beautiful thing. Exclusive to us here until the 2nd of July. Literally every single one of my remaining kits is spoken for, but there is still time to put it in your basket and check out, and that means that some of you will miss out, I'm afraid. But you'll have to be quick on your checkout on this, please. £25. This is hours and weeks, months to enjoy. Absolutely wonderful, soothing, relaxing, absorbing.
Yes.
Also available on linen. Jane learned on linen.
Yes, I didn't know it was meant to be hard. So,
So
of
it
course
wasn't.
it isn't. And as I've pointed out, this 10-year-old stitched this on fine linen.
Yeah.
So stop fussing and get on with it.
Yeah. What's your excuse? Honestly.
Actually, I have to,
that was a different voice from Jane, wasn't it?
There is another aspect of working on the Ada fabric, because you get perfectly square stitches because of the complexity of the way they make the fabric. Now, if I'm working gingham or dogtooth check or anything where I want a really crisp outline, Ada's the choice. So it's not about being a beginner, it's about very square stitches. Linen has slubs and bumps in it. If you look at the fabric, you can sometimes think, really? What am I supposed to do with that?
Slubs and bumps.
Well,
am I made of linen?
Have you got slubs and
I've
bumps?
got slubs and bumps.
I'm trying to see if I've got an example to show you, but I haven't. So linen inevitably has some thicker and thinner threads in it, which is why we work over 2 threads, because that evens out the stitches. If you wanted to work a fine thing, you can work over 1 thread on linen, as did this little girl. If you do that, you have to work individual crosses, not as I do as a sewing movement, because they slide under the thread and you get very strange stitches. Anyway,
it's incredible to think that was made by a 10-year-old.
I know it is. Absolutely incredible.
Outstanding.
So I can talk about cross-stitch all day, as I'm sure you realise, for which,
For which we're very grateful, Jane. We love it. We love it when you come. It's just wonderful. So many beautiful projects this time. We've got to mention as well the brand new Jane Austen. Absolutely gorgeous. I think you've got the kits your side as well, Jane.
Here we go.
Exclusive to us here until the 2nd of July. On linen first, this is that beautiful unbleached linen.
Lovely. You can even smell it, When you sniff the bolt, which I know is odd behaviour, you can smell soil.
Don't worry, Jane, you're amongst friends. We're all fabric sniffers here, aren't we? I said that once. No, I said that once. I was giving a talk to a quilters girl and I said, I just love going into a fabric shop and having a good sniff, don't you? And literally 80 faces just looked and went... Like, no, it's just you, weirdo. But it's not, is it?
No, of course it isn't.
It's like a bookshop smell.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Good.
That's linen. And then we've also got it on Ada. So again, you can create this absolutely beautiful piece on Ada. This is that gorgeous tea-coloured. Single figures left on that. Single figures left. It is absolutely exquisite. And I think as well... There's a lot of synergy between cross-stitching and the pleasure of reading as well.
Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Nice to bring them both together. Jane, you're always a treat. From start to finish, you're genuinely wonderful. It's so good to see you.
And you, love.
And we'll look forward to seeing you next month.
Yes.
Do you know what date you're back on?
End of the month. That's all I can remember today.
All we can say.
Sorry, end of the month.
Hasn't been cleared by GCHQ yet. Right, well, we're going to go to a little break. Do use that break time to check out your basket, particularly if you've got those samplers and the Jane Austen in your basket. After the break, Tula Pink. This is the Ripples quilt using Floral Reef and the fabulous Lynne Goldsworthy after this.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. all the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
This Friday on Sewing Street, it's Liberty Takeover Day. A full day dedicated to the iconic prints, colours and creativity of Liberty fabrics. And because it's a full Liberty Takeover, buy anything on the day to qualify for the special badge. Join us Friday 26th for a full day of Liberty.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Well, Lynne, welcome back.
Welcome back, Stuart.
We've just been having a right old giggle, me and Jane.
We have. Jane is hilarious, I have to say.
Amazing, we love her. We're all loving loving this quilt.
I know. I think I might just sneak it out of the studio and take it home with me. I love Tula Pink. Amazing. Look at those colours.
Yeah, the colours are absolutely incredible, aren't they? The fuchsias, purples, those gorgeous chartreuse greens as well. 60-degree triangles.
Love a 60-degree triangle.
Easy piecing.
Very easy piecing.
So much impact.
This is the second one today that is going to be quick and easy to put together.
Yeah, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, this is a great quilt to gift somebody, I think.
And I think as well, a quilt like this, you feel so clever and accomplished.
You do, because it doesn't look easy, but actually this is not complicated.
We're going to dive into the kit. That price, by the way, isn't staying there. Oh, let's just do it now. Drop that price. Well done if you've already checked out. Loads of you have. £189.99. It is on split pay. If you've never used split pay before, it simply means you can pay £63.33 to get it home in 3 to 5 working days. You pay your next payment in a month's time and one more payment the month after that. 0 interest, no forms to fill in, no credit checks. It's literally a box you tick as you're checking out and you've got it. Split pay. 63. Really? Ah, I love it. Stop it. What? Wow. Okay. So £229 to start with. Now we're £169.99. Hannah, if I just stay here and dig my heels in, do we just keep going until we reach £10? No, that is your final price. I'm glad we established that. Right, should we dive in and have a look at all this fabric? So, Floral Reef. I'm not dropping my letters here. It is reef as in coral reef.
Being by the sea, coral reef.
Being by the sea, exactly. Is the new collection from Tula Pink.
So
kind of
gorgeous.
Beautiful, isn't it?
I know. I mean, I love her fabrics. Her colours are just incredible. They're so saturated.
Yes, it's those kind of saturated pastels, isn't it?
Yes.
That just look so... I mean, look at this for a bit of... Oh, my goodness.
I know. Lovely ombre. I've got my bundle out at the same time as you have.
Wowza, this
Gorgeous.
is divine.
I know, it's so pretty.
This is proper kind of rainicorn. That's unicorn and rainbow at the same time.
That's a new word, the rainicorn.
A rainicorn.
Yes, a rainbow unicorn.
These are absolute... Look at the tropical fish.
Yeah, aren't they cute?
Stunning, stunning fabrics. So many beautiful... Look at that, the corals... and the anemones.
Anemones?
I've been saying that word wrong my whole life.
I have too. It sounds like it should be an anemone. That sounds like that's how it's easier to say.
That's gorgeous. Look at all this incredible fabric. The kits are flying out, by the way. This, just for reference, is your binding fabric. Oh, my...
Isn't it fabulous?
Oh, my
That is made for binding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know, I say this quite often, Lynn, I'm going to be really naughty and say, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to bind my quilt using something like a beautiful deep purple, maybe a solid, or even a black and white stripe. And I'm going to keep this and make something more statement-y.
Oh, I see. What you're saying is, if that was your kit, you would hold that over for something else.
That's the simpler way of putting it, yeah. I would.
I thought you were saying you were going to steal that out of that kit, and I thought that was really naughty.
I mean, I would, but there's lots of witnesses now.
You're actually on
Lynn.
camera.
Cheers. Yeah. Also, your white on white. This is not a white solid. This is a gorgeous print, white on white print. Can you see? It's like little raindrops. Absolutely gorgeous. That's following on that watery theme. Little raindrops. So cool. You get your full pattern included as well. And genuinely, Lynn, this is not a difficult quilt. This is not an advanced quilt.
It isn't. You just, once you've cut your triangles out, and I'll show you cutting and I will show you piecing, it is actually, it's going to be quite a quick and easy quilt to make.
It's as easy as sewing squares together.
It is. I would do a little bit more pinning just because the seams don't naturally nest, but I'll show you how to do that as well. And you just pin so that you're going to be pinning at these points here so your triangles meet. That's kind of the hardest bit of this quilt, and those are very easy to pin and for those to meet. So it's very, very beginner friendly, and also friendly if you wanted to make a quick quilt. It's going to come together quickly.
Doesn't look like a quick quilt.
It doesn't, because I think people are more worried that 60-degree triangles are going to be more difficult. Actually, they're dead easy.
They're dead easy.
Yeah.
You've made it even easier for us, but we'll get to that in just a second. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Loads of viewing baskets. You've got your white on white, that's your background. You've got your binding fabric. Just those, absolutely gorgeous. And then just have a look. I'm just going to have a little bit more of a play with these fabric. I mean, that is incredible.
I know, those colours.
Tula really has got the most amazing imagination and sense of colour.
She has, and just her drawings are so beautiful and creative, aren't they? I mean, I would love to have the kind of skill to make something like this.
I'd love to have Tula's studio.
Has she got a nice studio?
Oh,
no,
she's got a
no.
brand new studio.
Oh,
It is-
really?
It is out of this world.
Do you have a studio at home or out of home?
No, I have a studio away from home.
Yeah, okay, so you go to work.
About 10 miles from home.
Okay, yeah.
Do. I like going to work, but equally, I've really taken to sewing at my kitchen table again.
I love being at home. I work at home and I love it.
In a bedroom or in the kitchen?
No, so bought my house 2 years ago and I made sure I got a house with a downstairs study. So I've got the downstairs study, gets the morning light. Oh, I love it in there.
Fabulous. And you, like me, are an early riser. This
Yes.
is beautiful. Look at this one with the pink
I know.
tropical fish.
So cute.
Often when I look on WhatsApp, there you are, wide awake, busy at it.
I am, but then by 8 o'clock in the evening, I am absolutely falling asleep on the sofa. I conk out. I mean, you're either an early bird or a night owl. You can't be both.
No, I think that's true. Love that ombre. These fabrics are just amazing. You get so many different fabrics. They're all in these fabulous kind of unicorn shades. Absolutely delicious
Rainicorn.
start to finish. The rainicorn.
The rainicorn
and
quilt.
you get your full pattern as well. Also, I mean, wouldn't that be amazing done in solids as well?
Yes, it totally would.
£60 saving. Wasn't going to be anything like a £60 saving, but Hannah, you really have treated us today. Thank you. Thanks for that. Now, I do notice, Lynn.
Oh, what
in
do you
the
notice,
instructions,
Stuart? Yep.
That there isn't a template for the triangles.
That kind of surprised me. And I thought it would be really helpful because you've basically got 2 sizes of triangle to have acrylic templates for those.
Yeah. If I mean, and you have produced a pair of acrylic templates for
That
this.
are the exact size, yes. So I always speak to Hayley, Craft Yourself Silly, and
Yep.
she's the amazing template maker, and she's put together this set for me. And you'll notice the smaller one is just plain, but the bigger one has extra lines on. And that's to show you how you cut those half triangles at the side. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yes.
down the side here. So that's for those.
That's brilliant.
So that you have 3 shapes to cut: the big triangle, the small triangle, and the big half triangle. And that covers you. So they're all ready to go. No thinking required, which is what I like.
And 4 of these
Yep.
make one of these.
Yeah, let me find one I made before just to show you. So that is hidden amongst here. So yeah, so there.
Brilliant.
So 4 of those makes one of those. So it makes the same size as the main triangle. So
Thanks,
that's
Lynn.
how that goes together.
You see, I'm just thinking as well, you know, equilateral, yeah, it is an equilateral
It
triangle.
is
isn't
an
it?
equilateral triangle.
3 of those makes a half hexagon, 6 makes a full hexagon,
Yeah.
2 makes a diamond.
Yeah, it's such a useful
lot you
shape.
can do
It's
with
such
these
a quilty shape, isn't it? Hexagons and equilateral triangles.
Such a quilty shape.
Yeah.
Even if you're not going for the kit, it would be worth getting these templates for $29.99. Now, actually, I mean, that would make a fabulous border as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
1, 4, 1, 4.
Yeah, or even just using the small template to make a sort of, you know, just a triangles border going around the outside, like a sort of sawtooth border.
Yeah. Oh, yes. very, very versatile. Well, the template is absolutely flying out. Now, obviously, if you're buying the kit, you get instructions for how to rotary cut. You can rotary cut 60-degree triangles, can't you?
Yes, you can do in theory. Do you mean using lines on your cutting mat?
Yeah, and presumably that is what the instructions tell you to do.
No, they don't.
No.
They tell you to have a ruler that'll do it, so like a 60-degree ruler. But to me, so you either need to get that, but to me, I would want the two shapes and be able to cut the two shapes.
I agree.
So that's why those templates. I think it kind of needed that really.
Yeah.
Honestly. So yeah, if you're buying the kit, I would buy the templates. It's going to make your life a lot easier. And as Stuart said, you can use those again in future projects because they nest together so nicely.
So
they're kind of a matching pair. And I've put in the envelope for those. I've just printed like a little A4 sheet on just telling you how to use those. And I'll show you, and it's not complicated, but it's just a sort of a simple how-to.
Like a little crib sheet.
Exactly. How to
amazing.
How to cut the small ones. So basically what I wanted to make sure was that the cutting instructions in the pattern, you stick to those. So you're not changing any of the instructions in the pattern to use this template. You stick to those. But I wanted to show you also how to cut the half triangles at the sides.
I think that's a bit of genius, actually. Oh, gosh, I do need to let you know that I only have 18 of these template sets left. They've proved very, very popular, down to 15 already. If you want the triangle templates, you'll have to be mighty quick.
And whenever we do these templates, we just do one run for this show. They don't come back again.
Sure.
Next quilt, different templates.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so get them while you can.
Exactly.
Get them while you can. Okay, right. Shall we go to a little demo?
Yes, let's go to a little demo.
What can you show us?
I think I'll start with how you use the template. So I might steal those templates from you so I can show you. I'll show you on the background fabric. So it tells you in the pattern what width of strips you need to cut, and these apply to both the prints and to the background fabric. So that's all laid out for you in the pattern, and it's slightly different for the background fabric because you cut some bigger strips for the big triangles and some smaller strips for the small triangles, whereas when you're cutting from the prints, you'll cut all big strips and then you'll cut some of your triangles from the leftovers of those strips. So it's slightly different, but the principle is the same. So you basically, what you're going to do is that I actually can't see it that well. If I move it up and down a bit, you can see where this is.
There's a white coating on there, though. That peels off, doesn't it?
That peels off. So if we had the time and the nails to peel that off, we would take that white coating off for you, but we actually haven't thought ahead and we haven't done that. So, and I won't be able to do it now because with acrylics, you can't peel.
But in real life, it's much easier on
It's
white
much
fabric.
easier because you can see, yes, I've probably chosen a combination that's a little difficult to see. But anyway, you're going to put your template on here and it shows you in my little instruction sheet, which I've got just here, that what you do, because you'll see that the template doesn't quite reach the top of the fabric. Now that is deliberate. I cut the corners off these templates so that you don't stab yourself with those corners, but you cut exactly as you do in the pattern. So what you'll do is basically take it to a point, and you can either, totally up to you, you can either cut those little points, those little corners off if you want, but you don't have to. So you just run your rotary cutter up the side of the template. I'm going to twizzle this around for the other side. So let me just turn that around.
I would say here, we had them on earlier, the rotating cutting mat would be such a useful cutting mat for this project.
It absolutely would. So you do that, just run your ruler along, and as I say, if you want to take the tips off just because you feel it would be neater, you can do, but you really don't need to. So that is how simple it is to cut the main triangles. It's as simple as that.
I've got to say, I would find that much easier than using lines on a ruler.
I would as well, because the problem with lines on a ruler is it's very difficult to get the size of your triangles exactly right, because if you go slightly too far one way or the other, your triangle isn't going to come out at the right size, whereas with this, you actually can't go wrong in terms of getting your triangles the right size.
And that's an order.
And that's yes. I'm gonna be channeling Jane Greenoff now, and if you know, I'm going to be more stern.
Be more Jane.
Because I'm not. Let's be more Jane. Because I'm not a very stern person. I'm going to be sterner now that I've seen how it works for her, because it totally does. Now I'm just going to show you. I'll just put that to one side. How you would cut your side pieces. So basically, if you look at the pattern, you can't see it. I know what, I'll show you this version. So down the side, so you've got all these big triangles in print and background, but down the side you've got these half triangles. And what I've done with the template is to add you some lines in so that you can cut those half triangles using this big template. So again, as Stuart said, when you get yours home, you can peel off the white plastic and then you'll be able to see through. But you've got on the template these sort of dashed lines which go down the middle. So if you imagine that a half triangle is that basic shape, and then you need to add 1/4 inch beyond it. So you're going to add that 1/4 inch there to cut that triangle like that. Now what you'll need when you make a quilt like this, and this fabric is directional, it's not a solid, so there is a right side and a wrong side, and some of these triangles down the side will be, the diagonal will be top right to bottom left, and some will be top left to bottom right. And what I mean by that is you'll need half of one type and half of the other type. But you don't need to concentrate on that. The simple way to achieve that is just by folding your strip in half, so that for every one you cut, there's one that faces up and one that faces down. So you can just kind of batch cut them as you would.
So kind of wrong sides together or right sides together.
Exactly. And I'm sure, do you do that with your cutting and your patterns?
Yeah,
whenever you need those sort of corresponding shapes, you just fold it in two, and then it does it for you. So you just lining that seam allowance line. So in other words, that's where the triangle stops, but that's your seam allowance line. And again, once you take your white plastic off the back of these, you'll see that really clearly and be able to see your fabrics through it. And that then cuts those side triangles for you. So those are already done for you. You see they don't come to quite such a point, and that's because of that seam allowance down the centre of the triangle. So that's the cutting, which could not be simpler. And I'll show you the cutting for the small triangles. Where did I put the small triangle template? Here we go. Now you only ever need, for these, just the whole triangle. So this one doesn't have those extra lines on it. So you're just literally cutting whole triangles for this because there are no small half triangles on the sides of the quilt. So again, you're just gonna, and as Stuart said, whoops, let's just catch that. As Stuart said, a rotating cutting mat would be brilliant here so that you can turn this around. Just going to cut down the two sides of this. And like I say, that is the easiest way. If you're buying this quilt kit and there are enough left, I would buy these templates because...
Do we have any templates left, Hannah? We'll just have a quick look and see. I think they might have sold out.
Okay.
Let's have a look. I've got one template set left. Oh, it's gone.
Okay. Okay,
Well done.
Well, that's how you cut your 60-degree triangles, and I've got a few of those which I've cut, which are over here. And I'll just tell you, while I'm on the way, that when you're cutting, and I did mention this, but I'm going to mention it again, because when I first read the pattern, I didn't quite understand it at first, but basically, from each of the prints, you'll cut just one 8-inch wide width of fabric strip, and you cut the triangles, the big triangles you need from that first, and then with what's left, you cut your small triangles. Because I was worried when I first read it that there wasn't enough width of fabric to do that, but that's how they organise the cutting for that. So that's the way you need to do that.
Lynn, may I just check? We've got an alternative. The templates have sold out now. Well done if you got those. They are by far the easiest way. We do also have the creative grids, 60-degree triangle ruler, which is like a multi-size.
That would work as well, yeah. And it tells you in the pattern how to use that. So it tells you whether to use, for example, you can see that one, it's got points in the corners, but it's got a flat top. And it tells you, depending on which shape your 60-degree ruler is, how you will cut the strips and how you'll line it up. But basically, the way I've shown you just now, that will totally work. When you cut the right width strips and line the triangles up against it, that'll totally work for that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Lynn's templates make it absolute child's play. They're made exactly for this pattern, but also you can use them in multiple different ways for a gazillion other quilts.
Exactly, because it's such a universal shape and it creates hexagons. And so, yes, but just because we don't want to leave you high and dry.
No.
That option will totally work. That will totally work.
Bro,
yes.
Thank you. Poor Christine's had to move her sewing room from upstairs to downstairs. It's 32 degrees up there.
Oh my gosh, that's really warm. I know. I could do with a fan, actually. I don't have a fan.
Don't you?
Well, we've got one fan in the house and somebody else is monopolising it. Amy, I'm looking at you.
Are they?
Well, they are, but in fairness, she's the warmest person in the house. You know, in the winter, I'm freezing, she's perfectly warm.
Sure.
In the summer, I'm more comfortable. And she, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair.
Charlie's like his own little radiator.
Amy is too.
You could heat a greenhouse.
I know, it's amazing. If ever I'm cold, her hands are always boiling warm. She can always warm my hands up. Are you cold
I
now?
bet she makes rotten pastry. A little bit.
I'm a little bit cold.
Little bit, yeah, I'm enjoying it.
That's lovely.
I'm enjoying
I
it.
feel like I'm going to hold on to the cold as long as I can when I leave the building.
Yeah. You won't.
I won't.
No.
No.
This is very easy to cut.
I've shown you the cutting. That's how easy it is. And it's basically you just, from each of the fabrics, each of the prints is the same size, and you cut the same pieces from each one. So you can just put yourself on sort of factory mode and just keep doing the same thing over and over. So it's an incredibly easy, you don't have to think too hard with the cutting. It's not like you're counting 6 of these and 4 of that print and 7 of that. It's the same for every single one, which makes life so much easier.
It's a great way of showing off the prints as well, isn't it? You know those fabrics where you think, oh, this is far too beautiful to cut into little tiny pieces. Well, you're not. You're enjoying that print. It's sort of celebrating the print. So we've cut out our pieces.
Yes.
Now, what about sewing them together?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to show you one of these little triangles. So you've got the big triangles, which you've cut, and then you've got these little triangles. And through the pattern, and let me grab it back again just to show you. Through the pattern, you've got these little sections where you'll either have 3 prints around a background triangle or 3 background triangles around a print. So you're making little sort of triangles within triangles, as it were. And those appear all across the quilt. So I'm going to make one of those just to show you, in case you sort of felt that 60-degree triangles might be difficult, just to show you how ludicrously easy it is.
Now I'm going to come over and get ready for ironing.
And because you think it's warmer here?
Because I want to help.
Yes.
And I realised earlier I just
Stuart
left you to your own devices.
Which is not what I've really come to expect when I've come here, honestly. Normally, you've been a little bit more, I'd say, helpful.
Yeah.
Perhaps not enthusiastic. Enthusiastic might be putting it too high. Maybe begrudgingly helpful. Okay, so this is how easy this is. So you've got the right side of the background fabric, which, funnily enough, my background fabric is different to your background fabric.
I saw that.
Yeah, interesting. So you've got my background fabric and one of the prints. All you do, can you see how easy this is going to be? You just put them like one on top of the other. That's so easy. And we're just going to sew along one of these seams.
So there's no offsetting tips or dog ears. It's just matching.
It's just matching. I mean, you don't often get that easy, do you, in quilting? So we're just going to sew along there with a 1/4-inch seam.
That's why I said earlier on, really, in many ways, this is like sewing squares together.
It is. Yeah. It is that easy. The only way it is slightly different is that you don't get those nesting seams that you do with square. Oh, Stuart's going to press this for me. This is amazing. He's doing warm-up pressing now.
Doing warm-up.
And when he's warmed himself up, then we're going to hand him over the pressing.
Thank you. Which side would you like them pressed?
I think I would go to the darker fabrics.
Dark?
Press to the dark side. Just instinctively, that always feels like the right option, doesn't it?
I think so too.
You see, Stuart, now this is quality quilting pressing. John, lovely man. I'm sure he makes incredible garments, but it's not quilting pressing. It's a different skill, isn't it?
It's a very different skill.
What Stuart did, which I really like to see, was he pressed the whole thing flat with his fingers before you pressed it with the iron, didn't you? Which I do as well. And then you can see, like, look at that beautifully straight seam. That you don't always get that. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked with pressing. But pressing is important.
Pressing is really important.
It really is. So actually, we should be sidetracked. OK, we're going to add the next piece along the next side. And again, could not be simpler. You just do the exact same thing again. You line up that triangle with the one underneath.
Because you could still see the original tip, even though we've sewed.
Exactly.
You can see that original tip to line everything up.
So, in fact, even when you do the other one, so when you do the one where there's the background on the outside and the print in the middle, maybe keep pressing towards the outside prints, and then you'll always keep that shape in the middle.
Yeah.
Because I think perhaps when I did that, I hadn't even realised that that was a kind of beneficial thing to do when I did my practice yesterday.
Sure.
Right. Back over to Stuart for some fabulous pressing.
Thank you. I do think sometimes these sort of, I'm always very sceptical about these sort of rules about always press to the dark side, because I press whichever side suits my purpose best.
Totally agree. And sometimes the fabrics just want to be pressed a certain way. If there are more seams going against the way you want it, you'll go in that direction, won't you? So I totally agree. And unless you've got a very flimsy fabric on top and a very heavy fabric with lots of shedding threads underneath, it never matters anyway. Yeah. But look at that's beautiful pressing, I have to say. 10 out of 10.
Well, I feel like I'm here to redeem myself from earlier.
What did you do earlier?
I didn't. It's what I didn't do, Lynn.
Oh, that you didn't stand up, you didn't
press,
offer, which you always had done in the past. So, right, and then the last triangle, I mean, you can see how easy this is. You're literally going to line it up again. So everything, it kind of does itself for you. And this is the hardest bit, really. The hardest bit, except for perhaps the matching later on, which I'm going to show you in a minute. But making this triangle from 3 smaller triangles, the important thing is that this all looks nice and works well because it's kind of a nice detail in the quilt top. And it's so simple to do.
I would just say, unless you go for the very super deluxe kit, I'm not included to do your pressing.
So how much does the extra super deluxe kit cost? How much would it cost to include you?
I mean, whatever it would cost to pay off my mortgage.
Then you would do a little bit of ironing for somebody just to pay off the mortgage. You would do that. And I am going to trim off the dog ears.
My work is done.
And it makes it easier then for your next stage of piecing. But then that one is pieced. And I have to say already, don't you think that's so pretty? I love that.
Crisp and delicious.
Oh, it's so lovely. That is such a satisfying, cute little pair of triangles we have there ready to go. So that's how simple that is.
Lynn, I'm just wondering, you know, I always have to think about, well, what else could I do?
You cannot help yourself. That's how your brain works.
I was just looking at those thinking, gosh, couldn't you piece those into hexagons?
Yes.
If you did, you know, like six of these, and then what would you do? You'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Would you end up with like a white 6-pointed star?
Yes, you would.
Oh,
that is a really nice idea. That is a really nice idea. That would be lovely. So you could just make a whole quilt of those.
Yeah.
With like the background in the middle of every single one and just keep going all the way. Yeah, I love that. But your brain does always like multiply all the ideas, doesn't it?
I just always think of these kits as a serving suggestion.
I agree. But also I think because you and I design quilts, that's what our brain is doing a lot of the time when we see patterns, or like you said, you got off at Covent Garden because you saw the pattern in the tiles and you had to stop and like get a grip of that. I think our brains are sort of always ticking over those ideas.
Yes, always. Always.
Am I still demoing? Am I keeping going?
Please.
Yes. Okay, so now I'm going to show you, I have to bring over this big bundle of everything I cut before to try and work out what it is I actually need. So I don't need those, I don't need those. I'm looking for a few big triangles basically to show you how simple it is. Here we go. Here we've got a strip of big triangles. So that's like ones I was doing yesterday. So I'm going to come onto those. But as you can see, let me move these to one side. You basically, let me get out the one from underneath. So basically, once you start piecing in strips, you follow the design that's in the quilt pattern. So for example, you're just going to follow step by step, piecing these into strips like this. So that's a triangle there, and then on, and the same with those half triangles at the side. So you piece the whole lot into strips, following the pattern or following your own design if you want to choose your own design. So I've done that already, but I'll just quickly show you how easy it is to sew a pair of these triangles into sort of the beginning of a strip, because it is just as easy as what we did before. So basically you're imagining that triangle's going to go there, that triangle's going to go there, and just exactly the same. You just fold it in half, well, fold it right sides together and just sew along that seam line. It is, I mean, it is really that simple.
And no pins.
Only point where I'll use pins, and I'll come on to that next, is where you start sewing your rows together. And that's because I think it's quite, you want the points to meet. And whereas if you were sewing squares, the seams you could nest without pinning. I mean, you may want to pin, but you could nest without pinning. But with these, you really need to pin. So that's probably the one, let me get my pins. That's probably the one point in this quilt top where I would pin.
Yeah.
So I've sewn a couple of strips just to show you where I would be going with that, or a couple of part strips, just the sort of beginning of strips. So I have got, let's have a look, let's get it like, let's say it was going to go together like that, for example, then the point where you really want it to meet is this point here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I would do with that point there, and that rule will then extend out for every single junction. So that junction, once those are all pieced in, and this junction here, you want to do the same for every single one. So this is so simple. What you do is you flip them so that they're right sides together. You get a pin and you go down through the point that matters. So the top of that background triangle, there is the point that matters.
So that's like where your two lines of sewing are crossing.
Exactly, exactly. So the actual tip of the triangle. And the same on the piece below. So right through the tip of that triangle. Now, when I put those two together, you might not be able to see this, but actually my seam allowances are slightly different. Don't worry about that, because what matters is your needle going through that point there. The fact that you're just, yes, you could probably see. What I'm saying is my piecing has not been perfect. So if your piecing is not perfect also, then don't worry that those edges are not aligned. If you align those edges, you'll lose the tip of this background triangle. So actually having those, literally those 2 points, one on top of the other, is what you want. So take that pin out, just pin either side of that little spot, and you'll do that all the way along your strips. Gotcha. And then you're going to sew your seam basically from pin to pin to pin. So I'm just going to sew it along here. I'm not going to worry about these two ends here because I'm not bothering about pinning those because those are just, we haven't finished the triangle work on those, but I'll just sew sort of either side of this pin spot and hope that actually those triangles come out. So you want to go kind of through the center of the point of that triangle, which you can see from the top because you've got those, like as Stuart said, those two seams intersecting. And that's enough just to show you that seam for now. But as I say, you would do that all the way along the whole strips. And then when you open it up, yes, and that is going to make it feel like it all feels really nice when it comes together. So it's just dropping that pin in vertically through those 2 points and then holding it, running a pin through it, and then you can literally sew your seam pin to pin to pin all the way along. Oh, I know.
That's a thing of beauty.
Isn't it lovely when your points meet like that?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
It's a good day.
It's a good day when your points meet like that.
They're taking the mickey out of me mercilessly now in the gallery.
Why?
Because they don't get why that is
why that makes
so
us happy.
Wonderful, and it makes us happy.
That really does make us happy. It's like if you do
I think it was the noises I was making they didn't get.
Okay, well, fair enough if you're making funny noises. Okay.
Oh,
too much.
Enough. Too
Enough.
much.
It's like if you make a Lone Star quilt, though.
Yes.
And as each diamond meets each next diamond, when those meet, that always looks so nice, doesn't it?
Is that a moment? Oh.
I'm not going to make those noises. I think I'll leave Stuart to making noises this morning.
Fabulous, fabulous. But the point is, these are not things to be afraid of.
They're not. I think a beginner can go for it with this. I really think they can.
I agree. This is a terrific quilt. I also, while we're just here, can we just have a quick talk about how this has been quilted? Because I think this has been quilted in a very beginner-friendly way as well.
Incredibly beginner-friendly. It's actually a really great way to have chosen how to quilt this because it is very simple to do and no marking, no worrying about sort of improvisation. They've taken, and not every machine has this, but it's called a serpentine stitch, and if you look on your sort of machine stitches, you might get this kind of wavy stitch, and they've used that stitch. I use that a lot for quilting, and I put it to the longest and widest setting, but they've used a sort of shorter one. But there may be other decorative stitches you've got on your machine that are not that stitch, but that you could try out as a quilting line. Yeah. So have a look around on your machine, grab a couple of pieces of fabric and a bit of wadding and try out some different stitches. And what they've basically done is they've just run these stitches along these main seam lines of the big triangles. I think if that was me, I would have added a second lot halfway.
Nice.
But that's totally personal preference.
And is that just edge to edge? You've just gone from one edge to the next?
Yes, totally. Yeah. Yes, totally. Probably
walking foot?
Definitely walking foot for that, 100% walking foot, yeah. But very simple. And also the beauty of doing something like a serpentine stitch is if you kind of waver off the line a bit with a straight stitch, it's really noticeable. With a serpentine stitch, if you go a bit doolally, it doesn't show at all. So it's
deliberately
very
wobbling.
forgiving.
Yeah.
Also, I tell you what, if you don't have a serpentine stitch on your machine, what I do is I do like, okay, so you hold your fabric like this, and then you pretend like you're driving in an old film. So you kind of go like that, and you get like a long wavy stitch. And again, that's incredibly forgiving and very quick to do.
Yes.
And just sort of wave it either side of the lines, and it looks really nice. Again, if you haven't tried it, try it on some spare fabrics. It's very satisfying to do. And better, even better to do it when you've had a glass of wine, because then you're even more like, a bit like free and easy. Obviously, if you don't drink, then just relax when you do it.
Yeah.
Do it to music.
Take deep breaths. Music,
yes.
for sure.
I like music for quilting. I have to say, it does, because sometimes when people quilt, their shoulders go up and they get tense. So you have to remember just to relax and breathe, a bit of music, something to relax you.
But you have to have music that you find enjoyable, motivating, relaxing.
You do.
Which is, in your case?
Oh, I'd probably have a little bit of, there's a song I really like at the moment, Hang On In There Baby. Do you know that? Hang on in there, baby. Do, 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 do. Do you know the song I mean? Do, do, do. Oh, I can't sing. I cannot sing.
Well, it's brilliant because it means we don't have to pay the Performing Rights Society.
Because nobody will even recognise that from that version. Then I'm not going to have a clue what I was singing. But yeah, something that sort of gets you moving a little bit, just so you're relaxed and...
I love all the hip action there.
Thank you.
Yeah, terrific.
Thank you.
No, great. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Sounds great. Love it. We've got some backing bundles for this quilt. They're really lovely, and actually also you might just want to get these because they're beautiful colours and very stashable. These are our 3 options. If I just bring those fabrics back in, I mean, just perfect, absolutely perfect combination here. We'll start with apple. On the website, it looks kind of grey, white, not very pleasant. 4 metres there, so you're just going to either cut it in half and have 2 panels, or cut it in half, then cut one of those panels into 2 halves and sew them on the outside. £28.32 to back this quilt. It's very good value. You're saving £2 for 4 metres of apple cotton solid.
That's a very pretty colour.
It's a great colour, that, isn't it?
It is.
When I was a child, my dad had a beetle that colour.
That is so cool.
He had it sprayed that colour.
Oh, that's even cooler. Your dad is so cool, isn't he? What was his name?
Rex.
Had you forgotten his name for a second there?
No. The reason why I hesitated was because he hated the name Rex until he was about 75, and then he reclaimed it.
It's a great name.
He just decided at about 15 that he didn't like the name anymore, so he decided everyone should call him Mark. So his whole life everyone called him Mark, which was not his middle name.
No, just a random name plucked out of thin air.
Yeah, name he liked and picked, but at about 75 he reclaimed Rex.
Rex is a great name.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
His name was actually Rex Hamilton.
Oh, that's an amazing name.
It's
It's star of stage and screen.
Exactly.
Rex Hamilton.
I love it. I love it. Should we do the pink next? This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. This is kind of bubble gum. What colour is that? Oh, fuchsia.
I'd say it's paler than that. I'd say it's halfway between baby pink and fuchsia.
I would call that bubble gum, like Hubba Bubba.
I would say bubblegum is like more punchy than that.
Okay. Oh, right, would you? Right.
I could be wrong.
Well, this is chewing gum that I've been chewing for about an hour. So there. These are popular. £3 saving. 4 metres there. Oh, this has got £3 off. The others have got 2. Oh, wow. Bubblegum. Bubblegum it is then. And then the last one is... It's lavender, isn't it, this one? Like a French lavender. Pretty. Again, £28.32. It's really good value. That's 4 metres. Le Petit Pois, French lavender. This quilt kit, it's called Ripple. Not Raspberry Ripple. No, not Raspberry Ripple. This is a Tula Pink Ripple with the fabulous Floral Reef range. You've got that amazing stripe, that white on white, and then you've got all these just delicious kind of saturated pastel colours that really go through this gorgeous kind of pastel rainbow. Lots of kind of turquoises, greens, but a good amount there also of pinks and oranges that just bring the whole thing very much to life. You've got absolutely oodles of delicious fabric there. If you love Tula Pink fabrics, you're just going to love these.
Which is your favourite print?
I think probably, I love the seashells. I think the seashells is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Really like this. I think probably my favourite out of all of them is the stripe.
Really?
Sort of like rickrack, isn't it?
It is like rickrack, or one of those sort of dresses, you know, that's sort of knitted in a sort of lines like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. What about you? What's your favourite? Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
That is just gorgeous.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
colours are amazing.
It's just for everyone at home. This is the one that Lynne likes best.
Name that seaweed.
Is it? I want to say something brack.
I think it's bladderwrack.
Bladderwrack.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. Bladderwrack. Yeah.
Don't know where I pulled that information from.
Oh gosh. Come on, telly and say bladder. Honestly. Right, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics from Tula Pink. They're always exquisite, always very, very popular. And Lynne, you really have very ably demonstrated what an easy-to-make quilt this is.
It really is an easy-to-make quilt. I would say this is like go for it because you're going to make this quickly, which is so satisfying to have a quick make, I think.
Absolutely. Now, if you missed out on Lynne's templates, don't despair. You can use a rotary ruler to cut out 60-degree triangles, and actually, as long as you get the width of the strip right, it's as simple as putting the 60-degree line on a straight edge and cut, straight edge and cut, just back and forth.
You're right. You're right. You can do it. You're right. The key is cutting the strips the right width, which the pattern tells you how to do. So you can do that.
But we do also have the Creative Grids 60-degree triangle ruler. It looks like this. It cuts multiple sizes. I think it's about 11 different sizes of 60-degree triangle. So that's an option. You may already have it, but perfectly possible to do it that way too.
Yeah.
Amazing. When are you next on? It's been such a treat because I haven't seen you for ages.
I know, but we're on together. When's your it's the anniversary or whatever it is?
My anniversary is the last weekend of August.
Okay, so I must
the 29th or the 30th.
I'm on with you that weekend.
Yep.
And then I'm on in between, and I think I'm on one of the Festival of Quilts days.
Okay.
I think.
Yep.
Because unlike all the rest of the quilters in the world, I don't often always necessarily go to Festival of Quilts.
Are you going to come and see me at Festival in the afternoon?
I don't think I'm going at all.
No.
I don't think I'm going at all this year. Otherwise, obviously, I would come and see you, except I come and see you and I've got to queue for about 4 hours with all the other people waiting to see you. And then you go, oh, Lynne, yes, lovely to see you, whatever, move on, move on.
Stop it.
You don't do that.
I don't
Stuart
say
is
that.
always lovely, but it's not like it's easy to get to see you.
Bless your heart.
You're mobbed.
Well, then I shall look forward to seeing you in August.
I will see you in August.
Amazing. Have you
Knowing
got lots
us,
of lovely
we'll be
things
in...
for us for next month?
Pardon?
Got lots of lovely things next
I'm
month?
doing a double wedding ring.
Ooh.
I love a double wedding ring. I can't resist one. So this is, I've done one on here before, which was English paper piece. This one is traditionally pieced.
Amazing.
Yes, gorgeous.
Every quilter's got to make one.
I think so.
Right, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's quilt kits you'll love. We've also got my brand new patterns, the Seminole trio of bags, also the Seminole sampler quilt. So if you've been thinking about giving these a go, see you after the break.
This Friday on SewingStreet, it's Liberty Takeover Day, a full day dedicated to the iconic prints, colours and creativity of Liberty fabrics. And because it's a full Liberty Takeover, buy anything on the day to qualify for the special badge. Join us Friday 26th for a full day of liberty.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
Missed a show on SewingStreet? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the SewingStreet YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with SewingStreet.
This Tuesday, 3 amazing brands, White Gecko Craft Lounge, Craft Yourself Silly and Daisy and Grace all come together to show off their secret sewing club. Secret Sewing Club? Worst secret ever if you ask me. White Gecko Craft Lounge will be bringing the most beautiful Macawa Garland collection fabric and Moda panels. Daisy and Grace will be bringing EPP jewellery kits, and Craft Yourself Silly will be bringing exciting pre-cuts. Plus, there'll be secret sewing tips and knowledge galore, so make sure you tune in this Tuesday.
Hi everybody, so good to have your company. Did you know this morning has flown by? Can't believe we're on our final hour, but it's a great one. We've got loads and loads of different gorgeous quilt kits and a few patterns as well to share with you. I'm starting a little selfishly with one of my own, but it just launched a couple of weeks ago, and it is my Seminole sampler. Now, I fell in love with Seminole very recently, actually. I researched it and did some Seminole for some bags and just fell in love with the technique. It looks quite complicated, doesn't it? If you can cut strips and sew them together and cut them apart and then sew them back together, you can make this quilt. Now, almost all quilters have done that, doing strip piece, 9 patches, 4 patches. It is one of the most basic techniques. And Seminole Patchwork uses that very simple technique to make very unsimple looking patchwork. It's sewn in rows. So I start off, here's the whole quilt. The whole quilt itself, by the way, is 58 inches by 67. But if you wanted to make it wider and longer, it's very easy to do. And I've put how you would do that in the pattern. You could also use little chunks to create cushions. You could use it on clothing. You could use it to make table runners. There's a lot that you can do with this pattern. So I start off with a bit of a history. It actually comes from the Miccosukee and Seminole people of southern Florida. So the First Nations people in America who used these techniques when sewing machines were first introduced to create these patchwork bands to decorate their clothing with. So we start with a bit of history, then I've put 15 tips for making Seminole patchwork. Now, that might sound like a lot. I do encourage you to read them all because I actually talk through the whole technique that I'm using. Lots of tips to make sure you're successful from day one. This is a beginner approachable technique. So if you've done a bit of patchwork, maybe made a 9 patch, 4 patch, that kind of thing, you can absolutely make this quilt. Then let's make the quilt. Let's start by getting our fabrics together. I used stash fabrics. I didn't have to buy anything to make my Seminole. I had got loads of different fat eighths, fat quarters, strips, you know, bits of yardage. They were all creased. I gave them all a good spray with Best Press and ironed them, and suddenly it was like I'd gone and spent hundreds of pounds, but it was all there in my stash. Already got it. Right, then we're going to work through these 4 different Seminole bands from the easiest to the more complex, and it's really not very complex, but we start nice and easy with this strip right here. Now, you've got full instructions here, every step. You've also got full photo tutorial for how to make it. Essentially, you're going to piece 3 wide strips together to make a strip set. You're going to sew a couple of wide strips and a narrow strip together to make a different strip set. You're going to make a few of each of those, slice them up just like we would to make a 9 patch, and then when you sew them back together, you're going to stagger them. You're not guessing where you stagger them. You stagger them at the point that the colour changes, basically. You make lots of these. Then you sew them together and you create this long, sort of jagged piece of patchwork. Now, don't worry, you're not going to chop off loads to create a nice strip. You're going to chop one end off and then you're going to shift that to the other end, sew it back on again, and it's a bit like a magic trick. You end up with this straight ended strip. Now, we've still got jagged top and bottom. We deal with that next. So we're going to use a friction pen or a pencil. We're going to measure out. We're going to draw lines. Then we're going to stitch on the line with just a long machine stitch. This is called stay stitching in dressmaking, and it's really useful here because it's going to control that edge beautifully, and it's as simple as sewing on a drawn line. Next, we're going to sew on strips of, I've used black fabric here, it could be anything you like. flip it back and press it, make sure everything looks good, and then we can flip back again and trim away those jagged edges. This way we get this beautiful, neat strip. Now, don't worry about the jagged end. We'll come to that later. Next, we're going to work on the yellow-green, little more complex, a few more strips this time, but only one band repeated. This centre band looks ever so complicated. It's not. It's 2 different strip sets, mixed and matched. That's all. So easy. The last one, again, we're using a couple of different strip sets. We're using 2 of these, flipped and rejoined to make this little 4-patch. And then 1 of the wider units, so they get sewn together in 3s. All joined together. It's as simple as that. We're then going to add some plain bands to separate everything out. And here's the trick. Once you've made all of your bands, you're going to fold them all in half down the middle, and you're going to trim the rough edges off so that they are all the same length. That's how we make everything fit together. We trim them to size. Now, there are very few patchwork blocks that you can genuinely trim to size and not sacrifice your patchwork. This is one of them. It's an absolute gift. You will be successful. You will make the most beautiful quilt, and something that's got real wow factor without actually needing to be an absolute wow at patchwork and quilting. Give it a go. You will be absolutely hooked. It is a very, very addictive technique. And all of these, there's 4 new Seminole band techniques there, different patterns. I say that because quite recently, where it actually started was the trio of bags, the Seminole edition. Now, I've grabbed this because I just want to show you. Obviously, the quilt that's hanging behind me is very bright, very rainbow, and often Seminole is done using solid fabrics. But here, I've used Tilda to create Seminole. This is a totally different look. Can you imagine the Seminole sampler quilt made in beautiful, soft, gentle, subtle Tilda fabrics? What a glorious quilt that would be, and a very different flavour. These 3 different Seminole bands are different to the ones that are in my quilt, so you can mix and match. You're not buying the same pattern twice. What you've got in this pattern is 3 brand new bag patterns, plus all your Seminole techniques. You've got an easy rucksack with a gorgeous cavernous interior that you can get a lot in. You can also detach the adjustable straps and just have it as a carry bag. It's got a simple box bottom, and I've used some cork, but you could use regular quilt weight cotton throughout. You could use faux leather. You could use canvas. So you get your rucksack. You also get, now this is just a really gorgeous, again, over the shoulder, adjustable shoulder strap, kind of crossbody bag, but made as a lovely, easy, zippy pouch. You've got a zip across the top, but you've also got a zip pocket in the front as well. So 2 really useful sections there. And again, a new Seminole technique. The 3rd bag, the last bag, is a really nice sort of, great for travelling, great if you're nipping out and you just need a few bits and bobs, lip balm, hand cream, your wallet, your keys. Might be your passport, your tickets, your keys and your money. And I've used a ready-made shoulder strap here, but you could just as easily make your own strap. And if you don't have these little attachments that you sew on when the bag's finished, you could easily just put a little tab into the top of the bag, just as I have here. So 3 really different beginner-friendly bags, lots of new techniques, but also as well, they illustrate just how versatile Seminole patchwork is, because you could use these same sort of colours, this same lovely, soft kind of country vibe to make my Seminole sampler, and just imagine how different that quilt would look. Just that one there, totally different. Here I was using brie, poppy seed and Creating Memories, 3 lovely collections from Tilda. But it could be scraps. It could be solids. It's just a technique that you can just use again and again and again, and it's very, very scrap friendly. One thing I want to just point out actually, oh hi Trisha, Trisha's watching from Denver in Colorado. I think we might be warmer in Britain right now than in Denver, it feels like it. But what I was going to say is that if you don't have long strips, say you've got fat quarters, you've got fat eighths, or even smaller scraps than that, you can cut multiple strips and sew them end to end. It's very difficult for me to point this out to you, but lots of my patches have got extra little seams in them throughout the quilt where I joined fabrics together. I was determined that there was no need for me to go out and buy fabric, and I'd got fabrics I really wanted to use. I tell you, the one in particular was this green here. This one in the middle is a Tula Pink True Colours fabric, and I had the smallest bit of fabric and I really wanted to use it. So there's loads of joins throughout. It's patchwork. It's patchwork. You can do that. You can join fabrics to your heart's content. So those are 2 brand new patterns from me. The trio of bags number 3. I'll just show you a quick flick through there. And you get all of those techniques and 3 brand new bag patterns. None of these bags are in any of my books or in any previous bag patterns either. They're all new and they're all beginner friendly. So that's your trio of bags, volume 3. And then we've also got the Seminole sampler. This is my latest quilt pattern. And again, you've got a little bit of history, 15 top tips, lots in baskets. I'm hoping that this might inspire a lot of you to use fabric you have. You know, often our fabrics don't look very appealing, but a bit of an iron, a bit of a steam, a bit of best press, and folded nicely, and suddenly it's like you've been shopping. Full instructions. Do make sure you make the purple one first, because I go through every single step. These bits you repeat on the other bands. So kind of learn the technique by doing the purple band. These also make fantastic borders for quilts, any quilt, okay? And what I would say is, rather than worrying about what am I going to do at the corners to turn that border, you put cornerstones in the border, you put half square triangles, you do something else, and you have border, 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 and cornerstones. It looks so smart, and it's very easy to do. Right, let's have a look at some quilt kits that you won't want to miss out on. You have already missed out on some quilt kits because actually quite a lot of what I had for this hour has sold out. Can we do Flock Together? Because I'm really struck by this. I think it's gorgeous. What a beautiful, beautiful quilt pattern. This uses 9 patches and some easy fusible applique. Oh, wow. There's kind of a primary, and then there's one which is kind of more purples. Let's do the purples, shall we, first? Very limited, this one. You get your full pattern, and you get all your paper pattern pieces in there, you know, your full-size pieces. This is In the Beginning fabric. Jason Yenter is the creative director at In the Beginning Fabrics. The fabrics are amazing, so beautiful, colourful. The 27th of April. Gorgeous kind of birds. This is just absolutely joyful. It's a really cool collection, isn't it? You've also got this amazing border print. Jason Yenter always designs the most amazing border prints. This is no exception. I've actually got, if I open this up, I will have, there we go. So that is the version that you are making with this kit. Isn't that cool? I love that. Simple 9 patch, beginner level. The Birds fusible applique, beginner level, totally beginner level. And that's using this kit for £231.18. That is really, really beautiful. 13 metres of fabric. Your finished quilt, by the way, is 79.5 inches by 91.5 inches. There's a lot. And look, even your background, look at that. That's so cool. Absolutely brilliant. So that's the purple version of this quilt. I've also got a sort of rainbow, all the colours version, which you know I'm going to love. So this is the quilt we're making this time. So that multicoloured border, absolutely stunning. Look at these fabrics. Oh, wow. Absolutely stunning. I think I would get this just for the fabric. So cool. That's beautiful as well. Floral, amazing. Aren't these different? And wait till you see the border. I'm just going to open this up a little bit so you can see. Oh, wow. That is your border. So it's really, really stunning, gloriously bright and colourful. And you get 4 of these repeats across the width. I'll just hold it up and show you. So look, so literally you just measure like 10.5 inch border and just cut the full length. No joining required. Very, very simple. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. They are luscious. Look at that for a bit of folding. Isn't that lovely? You'd never know I had touched that kit, would you? Okay, right. That's lush. Now, let's do a bit of Caif next. We love our Caif. Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Let's have a look. Is it in this colourway? We'll have a look. Ah, yeah, here we go. Thank you. Oh, this is absolutely beautiful. Hannah, would you mind just giving me a hand just to hold this up, please? Thank you. This is gorgeous. So this is tumbling blocks. If you just pull it nice and taut for me. There we go. That is absolutely stunning. That is stunning. So this is diamonds and triangles, but I think this is machine pieced. This is machine pieced. This isn't, thank you. This isn't hand piece. This isn't English paper piecing. So I can just see from the construction. I'm going to get the instructions out for a second. So can you see here? So you're going to use templates to cut out diamonds and equilateral triangles. And then you're literally going to piece them together in a long line and do multiple lines. The most difficult bit about this, and this is the only difficult bit, it's not difficult, you just have to be organised, is that you have to lay out your fabrics in a row in the right order and literally take 2 pieces, sew them together and then put them back down in the row. Next 2 pieces up, put them back. Cross-reference, check back with your chart, and then when you're happy, sew that full row together. Now, you do not need to set out the whole quilt because you've got all these rows laid out. You can literally just use post-it notes to separate out the rows as you come to them. The first few are exploded. After that, just put them up against the diagram, and they're the only fabrics you need to lay out. Sew them in a row, label that row, and then put it to one side. I think this is absolutely glorious. I mean, just look at those fabrics. This is, for me, this is Caif at his absolute best, a quilt like this. It is, I look at this and I fall in love with his designs all over again, and we are going to fall in love with this even more because we're taking it under £200. It's a very, very special quilt, this. Very special. That's fantastic. It is on split pay. $39.99. That is a brilliant, brilliant price. Go on. That's the lowest price it's ever been, Hannah. Are you? Okay, well, shh. This is just between us. Don't tell anybody that Hannah took an extra £10 off. It's never been that low. This is a great opportunity. That's the lowest price it has ever been. Wow. Great. Grab this while you can, because I can guarantee if we see this on air again, it probably won't get dropped to this price. $189.99. That's gorgeous. Size-wise, 178 centimetres by 218. So good queen-size quilt. Lush. Absolutely luscious. Lots and lots of you got that in your basket. I think it's that little, it's a little bit of a cheeky price drop. Yeah, it's great. It's wonderful. Solvia, very clever, kind of floating boxes quilt this. So you've got that illusion. Thank you. Oh gosh, I've got 5 left. I've got 5 left. Delphine demoed this. So this, I'll just show you, just to give you an idea of the, oh, isn't that stunning? Now that's another of those patterns where if the fabric is too gorgeous to cut up, then leave it in big pieces. I'll just, if you didn't see the demo, I'll just show you that it's ever so easily made. It's essentially a big rectangle of our feature fabric, and then you've got a strip and a strip, and a little square and a little square. So you're just going to join strip to square, join that on, and then strip to square, and then join that on. And that is the block. It's as simple as that. But it really shows off the fabrics beautifully. The whole quilt, by the way, 170 by 208, so a similar sort of size to the tumbling blocks. But what a great price, $149.99. 3 split pays, $49.99 today gets it home. And there's so many beautiful fabrics. This is that warm colourway. You may not be in the mood for warm today. Actually, we'd probably all like it if it was warm. It's not hot, but just glorious. Great quilt to have out in the autumn, I think. Right, that's that one. Last couple of chances on Solvia. Now, Rhapsody. Okay, here we go. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's really cool. Now, I've got a sample. Oh, this is beautiful. Look, I'm going to hold it right up as high as I can. Look at that. How cool. And the price? $169.99. It should be $299. That's a massive saving. That is really stunning. And again, it's Kaif's way of using colours, isn't it? You know, that is unexpected, but just works. You've got lots of Kaif facet shot cottons in this. So they're that sort of semi-solid, warp and weft are 2 different colours, which gives that shot look. And then teamed with his amazing prints. I mean, what a beautiful quilt. This is essentially a double pinwheel block. So you've got the main pinwheel and then half of your blades are split in 2 just to get even more gorgeous fabric in there. That's a massive saving. 198 centimetres square, so almost 2 metres square. That's a lot of quilt for the money. But as well, I really love the scale of the piecing because it shows off the prints really well. I mean, just look at that. It's fab, isn't it? It really is a stunning quilt. Great border as well. Fabulous binding, just everything about it. Love it. Yeah, it's just a gorgeous, gorgeous showcase of glorious colour, which Kate does so well. Lots of you coming in for that. No, don't have huge quantities of any of these, by the way, if you want any of them. Right, next up. Simple Joy, Simple Joy. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love this one. Now, very fortunate that if there are any of these 3 days ago, right, 3 days ago, that is fab. $129.99. Oh, it's gorgeous. Wow. I mean, this is stunning. This is stunning. So what we've got here is soft edge applique. Soft edge applique, yeah? So you're piecing basically squares and quarter square triangles together, okay? Then you're appliquing these petals over the top of your piecing lines, which then kind of blends everything into this. It's almost like the Alhambra kind of, you know, tiles almost, isn't it? Gorgeous array of fabrics in there. If you love kind of bright, juicy, saturated colour, it's very lovely. And this is a really nice throw size, 107 by 138. Summery, gorgeous. It would make a really lovely wall hanging or maybe a picnic quilt or something to have over your armchair in the sewing room. This is a really easy technique, by the way. 2 layers of fabric together, mark your petal shape, the stitching line, stitch around the petal shape all the way around, then cut it out, then slit the back, turn it through to the right side and press. So you've got a lovely turned edge and then you just machine stitch it down. It's very effective, very effective. 20% of my stock is in baskets now. It only launched a couple of days ago. It's just the second time we've seen it. That's really pretty. The fabrics are gorgeous, aren't they? What are you doing to me, Stuart? I can't decide which kit to get. They are all gorgeous, tempting. They are, I know, sorry. I know. Well, it depends, doesn't it? With lots of different techniques. I think this is very cool because I really, really like the construction method. You know, that kind of single squares, quarter square triangles, very, very much beginner level. Do not labour over making your points match because you are covering them with applique. You know, and then this applique technique is ever so easy, really easy. It's called soft edge applique. It's very effective. I've used it many times in quilts and you get a great result without really needing any skills. You're sewing on a drawn line, cutting out after and turning it through. It's as simple as that. So very, very achievable. And the overall effect is remarkably complex looking for a very simple construction. Don't tell anybody how easy it was. Yeah. You can keep that to yourself. Excuse me, lots and lots. More than a quarter of my stock gone. Now, Moda Arcadia. Oh, yes, on top. No, that's Cannon Beach. Is it this one? Oh, cool. Okay, great. Okay. Yep. No problem. So, oh yeah, this includes Arcadia. Well, this is gorgeous. It's 66 inches square. That's a brilliant price. This is all Moda fabric, really lovely. If you like Laurie Holt quilts, this is a very similar style. I'm going to open it up and show you the fabrics because they are gorgeous. And you get loads of lovely fabric. So you get a great pattern, 66 inches square. You could easily use this again and again to make scrap quilts or, well, it's a very, very adaptable pattern. I love how the fabric's all put together. You've got this fabulous shot cotton that you're going to use for your background. So it's sort of multi-dimensional colour. Then look, these are all of your gorgeous fabrics that you get. I'm going to open this up so I can show you. Oh, these are yummy fabrics. So you've got different colourways. You've got these fabulous corals and pinks, peaches. How lovely are these? Now you get some for your piecing, but you also get some for your binding in that colour, okay? Then you've got your aquas. And again, these are lovely sort of small prints, a little bit of check there. Then you get some blue, these gorgeous yellows, really sunny and summery. Nice floral there. And then, I mean, it just goes on and on. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? All of these different fabrics, really, really pretty. I think against that almost denim blue background, those colours pop. It's stunning. It's available on split pay too, $49.99. This would make the most gorgeous picnic quilt, wouldn't it? I think that's beautiful. Stitch and flip. So easy to piece, no templates. Stitch and flip, nice and easy, very achievable, but a beautiful result. And this would make a great scrap quilt as well. So make it again and again. Lots and lots of you coming in for that one. Very popular, very popular. Yeah, I would definitely make that. I think that's gorgeous. Go on. Oh, Autumn's Embrace. Oh, thank you. Is this Kim DL? Oh, Pennyberry Farm. Well, I just love Kim DL's fabrics. It's got a lovely autumny feel. It's that kind of terracottas and greens. It's warm and cosy, isn't it? That's lovely. We're not paying $174.99. This is a really cool price. Great price. Let's do it. 134 centimetres by 175, by the way. Good throw size. $129.99. Can't beat that. 3 split pays. Should we dive in and have a look at the fabric? Kim's fabrics are always cosy country. She is one of my all-time favourite quilt designers and fabric designers. The palettes, the style, it's kind of gorgeous, modern, scrappy style, country style. Her quilts are always warm and cosy. She just works with the most divine palette. I mean, just look at this. You've got these fabulous kind of brick red terracotta, divine kind of apple green, cranberry red. Hillary, if you're still watching, Hillary and I absolutely adore Kim DL. We buy all her fabrics when we see them. Look, I mean, just gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. It's stunning. And you get really hefty chunks of each fabric. They're absolutely lovely. This is from a collection she did called Pennyberry Farm. So you've got those kind of penny rug style circles on the animals and on the flowers. And then it's just got those lovely rich colours. Isn't that cool? And the quilt itself, again, nothing difficult here. Flying geese, half square triangles. You've got some little stars and some bigger stars. That's basically it. If you can make those units, you can make this quilt. Got a colouring sheet there as well. I tell you what I would do personally. I would use this as my base. I would grab a few more creams, a few more terracottas, greens, reds, that kind of thing from my sort of country style fabrics. And then I would make it 3 stars by 3 stars, make a bigger quilt. That would be stunning for a queen size bed. I mean, this is 53 by 69, which is a lovely throw. But if you wanted to make it bigger, just use the kit as your starting point and add your own fabrics to it. Lovely that. Isn't that beautiful? That red. Love it. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I hope that today's show has been a bit of light relief from the heat out there, and it's helped you to sort of kind of stay still and cooler. I don't think it helps if we're having to rush around, does it? That doesn't help you to stay cool. I'm just going to pop this back in the box. I've been very bad at putting things away. Sorry, Hannah. I know. So, next one we're going to do is light chiffon. It's Sanderson. Ooh. Thank you. Let me see. Yes, please. Oh, got it. Yep, chiffon. Ah, I see. Light chiffon, dark chiffon. Now, we've got a sample of the light one. It's not that one. No. Oh, it is. Do you know what threw me? Cape on the back. I thought there's no way. Look, there's the cape on the back. But there's, oh gosh, look at that. Oh, that's like my mum's rose garden. That's amazing. Very beautiful. And it's almost got a sort of watercolour look to it, sort of quite blended. This is using the Art of My Garden fabric range. Lots of pretty roses. I'm going to grab the quilt so that you can see how gorgeous is that. So you've got this sort of main feature print, these sort of gorgeous tea roses on that deep mulberry background. What I think is really beautiful here is this blue that really adds a coolness to it, and this beautiful pink stripe, which again just adds a whole different dimension to the design. We're going lower, by the way. Wow, it should be $219.99. It's a big saving on this one. There are only 3 kits left. Hannah, that's phenomenal. That's a big drop. $149.99 for chiffon in light. Gorgeous. It's a stunning design. 2 kits left now. There's 2 in baskets. If you want this quilt kit for $149.99 instead of Is it 219 originally? 219.99, that's a massive saving. That's £70 saving, right? Oh, wow. Wow, that's a lot. That potentially is your wadding and your backing fabric, isn't it? Just in the saving. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That is your chiffon light. Thank you, Hannah. I've also got chiffon dark. If you like the blue, look, that is gorgeous. Oh, it's sold out. It's sold out. Well, those of you that bought this, we're matching the price. You're getting a real bargain there. Well done, £149.99. Superb. Absolutely superb. Gosh, I did say that this was going to be a show of sellouts. So many of the kits that we've got now have sold out. Talking of, almost sold out. Cross hatch, yes. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, love this. Gorgeous. Oh, that's lovely. Crosshatch. Ah, well done. Last one's just gone. Very well done. That is beautiful. Those are such cool colours. Now, charming corners from Henry Glass. Is it that one? Oh, thank you. Oh, excuse me. Oh gosh, that's really, really pretty. That's really pretty. I've got single figures left of that. Oh, wow. Wow. This is going under £100. I've got single figures. That's lovely. That's great. Wow. £99.99. This is all Henry Glass fabrics. 111 by 142. So really good throw size, wall size, armchair sofa, that kind of thing. Or a nice kind of cuddle quilt or lap quilt. This again, do you remember when we were here with Lynne earlier and I said that her quilt was really good for people that perhaps don't do quilts, who have quite a modern interior. And I think this is another really good example. It's got that cool, neutral feel to it. It's still going to be so much fun to make. I'm going to dive in and show you the fabrics. What a great buy for £99.99. This is so affordable. Oh gosh, this is, yeah, gorgeous. Oh gosh, now lots of you are checking out on this. So now I've got less than a handful. Less than a handful. Look, here we go. So really lovely, kind of quite traditional fabrics actually, more traditional than I was expecting. But I think it's that really soft, gentle palette that just works so well. Very soft. It's almost like Japanese taupes, aren't they? They're like those Japanese taupe fabrics. But these are 100% quilt weight cotton. I think also if you really love, oh gosh, Lynette Anderson or Amy Downs, Hatched and Patched, that sort of slightly naive style, muted colours, very soft, very gentle. But what you've also got here is this rather lovely modern design that just keeps things very simple. It's quite Scandi looking, isn't it? I think it's lovely. In fact, it could even be an alternative Christmas quilt because these very soft, gentle greens, you know what I mean? That could be, if you have quite a Nordic look, woodsy look to your Christmas decorating, perfect. I've got 3 of these kits left. It's under £100. It could be gorgeous for a woodsy Scandi Christmas, but you could have this out all year round. There's nothing in there that says it isn't a Christmas quilt. It isn't a Christmas quilt. Keep this out all year round. I just think that could work really, really well. Excuse me, or that sort of northwards look as well. It's lovely. Right, last couple of chances. There are 10 of you with it in your baskets. I've got 2 kits left. I'm going to very carefully pack this one away. Do please check out your basket on that. There's actually 3 split pays on this. So £33.33. That's all to get that gorgeous kit home. So pretty. Now, let's get fancy. Let's get fancy. Is it this one? Yeah. Oh, it's that one there, thank you. Oh, I really like this. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. That, I mean, so beautiful. It's a gorgeous block. Love the setting triangles as well. This is very posh. Stunning. And you're going to save more than you've ever saved before on this quilt kit. You're going to save £100. This is very special. Oh, this is right up my street. I mean, you know how much I love these sorts of... Oh, gosh, I love it. Oh, it's really nice. That's stunning. Oh, I love it. So you use some of that for piecing, some of it for border. Oh, it's gorgeous, look. Really lovely, kind of soft country colours. Sandy Gervais. I used a Sandy Gervais charm pack for my very, very first ever published pattern. It was Sandy Gervais. I love her stuff. Oh, look at these beautiful kind of warm autumny colours. If you follow me on social media, you'll know I've been getting very autumnal over the last couple of weeks. It was mostly because the weather felt very autumnal, and now the weather's changed. I'm just sort of staying in that kind of pumpkin spiced latte feel. I'm sure I'm the only person drinking hot chocolates at the moment. Isn't that fabric amazing? Look, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I can't wait for Christmas in July. I'm very excited about Christmas in July. Very excited about that. I'm not on until the very end of Christmas in July. But I have got a fabulous project for you when I do come on. Yes. That is beautiful. Now, 2 brand new patterns from me in the last few weeks. Both of them involving Seminole patchwork. If you've never heard that before, it's named after one of the First Nations people of America, the Seminole people of southern Florida. Also the Muckasucky people as well, also from southern Florida. It's a brilliant and very easy, actually, strip-pieced technique to create what looks like very, very complicated patchwork. But it is amazing how it comes together. It's a bit of a magic trick, and it's very scrap friendly as well. So this is the Seminole sampler. It's hanging behind me, 58 inches by 67 inches. I've said a confident beginner, because if you've done things like 9-patch and 4-patch strip piecing, sewing long strips together, pressing and then chopping up, you can absolutely do this quilt. Lots and lots of gorgeous tips in there. This is how I got my fabric together. I used fabric I'd already got, okay? You don't have to buy anything. You could just use fabrics you've got. I did a bright, colourful version, but you can also see here, I've used Tilda to create really different looking Seminole So you can absolutely style this your way. We make 4 different bands of patchwork. We start nice and easy. We get a little fancier, but not too fancy. It's all very achievable. We put it together with plain strips of fabric. I used a stripe and a solid. Very easy. You will be able to make this perfectly because you trim everything to the same size. So it's going to fit. It's going to fit. Trust me when I say you'll get hooked. It's very addictive. It's very addictive. I mean, I started off by designing and making these 3 bags with Seminole. And before I'd even finished the first bag, I had already started designing in my head the sampler quilt. So this is another of my new patterns. This is called Trio of Bags, Volume 3. So I've done 2 previous trios of bags. But this one I wanted to include Seminole patchwork because I thought it was such a great technique. These 3 Seminole patterns, by the way, are different to any of the ones I used in the sampler. So in this pattern for $11.99, you get 3 full bag patterns. You also get top tips for working with cork. Now, you absolutely do not have to use cork on this bag. You can use quilt weight cotton throughout. You could use faux leather. You could use a tapestry, a cotton canvas. You could use corduroy denim. But I've used cork. It was really fun. It's really easy to use. And you get the full patterns for the Seminole and the bags. A rucksack, a pouchy handbag, and a kind of crossbody sling. 3 really different, really useful bags. If you've the most little bit of bag making experience, these will be a breeze, but I've kept them really nice and simple. So they're all very achievable patterns. Simple boxed corners, okay? Simple zip insertions. Or here I've used a popper. You could use a sew-on press stud if you prefer, or a button and loop. So lots and lots of options. There we go. Simple Joy. Let me have a look. I haven't got them here. Oh, great, thank you. Okay, very popular, this one. Thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry, that one, yes. Yeah, oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I couldn't believe we'd got any left, actually. This is stunning. Isn't that beautiful? These fabrics are absolutely joyful. They're by Mia Caro. The quilt itself is 107 by 138 centimetres. So it's a really good kind of throw, lap, sofa quilt. But what I think is best about this is the techniques that you use. Simple squares, quarter square triangles, and soft edge applique. All explained, all super achievable, lovely techniques. Loads and loads of you have this in your basket. It's $129.99 and, amazingly actually, 5 split pays. This could possibly be my most affordable quilt kit if you go for split pay, $25.99. It's just full of joy, this quilt kit, isn't it? Absolutely full of joy. And if I just show you, how lovely is that? It's just, and that binding fabric. Just wonderful. I could imagine taking that to the beach and having that as my beach quilt. And don't think for a moment, oh, I would never take my quilts to the beach. I do all the time. And when we get back, they go in the washing machine and I wash them and I tumble dry them. You know, I've always said with my quilts, I use them up, I wear them out, I make more. You know, if I made a quilt and it was so rarefied and untouched that it would last forever, I wouldn't need to make any more, would I? Wouldn't that be terrible? So use them up, wear them out. I don't need an excuse to make more, but I love using my quilts. That's the point. I've got single figures left of this. It's divine. And the prints are out of this world. So joyful. They're giving me Odile vibes as well, the palette, Jennifer Paganelli vibes as well. If you love those colours, Anna Maria again. It's just that joyful playing with all the colours. You can imagine that this designer is a real kind of gardener person, either real or in theory. You know, some people are gardeners in their heads, aren't they? Yeah. Don't have a garden maybe, but love flowers and that whole thing. You can just see it in the joy in this quilt, can't you? I love that. I love that. Single figures left now. Do be quick on your checkout. Stunning. That's been one of the most popular quilt kits. Okay, I've got 5 left. Wow. 5 left. You do need to check out your baskets, please. Let's do the menu. It's a very, very special day tomorrow. It's a Liberty Takeover Day. It's a Liberty Takeover. We love Liberty. Everything looks good in Liberty, and I love a takeover. We are starting. The hours are a bit all over the place. 8 a.m, we're starting with Susie Duncan, the Everlasting Collection launch, brand new launch. We've also got a brand new project from Susie. Now, I do need to let you know there is a free Liberty Craft Club pin badge going. Look at that. I need that badge. I need that badge. That is lush. That's for those of you that shop tomorrow, anything on the shows, but while stocks last. So I would urge you, if you love the look of that badge and you intend buying anything tomorrow, jump on between 7 and 8 a.m. tomorrow if you can and check out your basket. Make sure you get that pin badge. Okay, back to the menu. At 9:30, it's the Colk Abbey and Lichfield cushions with Suzanne Campion. They are beautiful. At 10:30, it's the Liberty Everlasting Wedding Ring quilt and the Liberty Everlasting Ohio Star quilt with Susie Duncan. Brilliant prices on those quilt kits, by the way. Very tempting for Liberty, out of this world. At 12 o'clock, we've got the Chester Rose runner and cushion and cathedral window quilt, again with Susan Campion. That is such a day of treats. Back in stock, new items as well. Absolutely amazing. It's going to be a joyful day. I'm back in the morning tomorrow, so I'm going to go and enjoy a little bit of sunshine now this afternoon, measured doses, but also enjoy a bit of stitching and knitting in my room. So have a great afternoon. Stay hydrated. Thanks for spending the morning with me here on Sewing Street. Stick around for Hobby Maker because that is up next. Don't touch the dial.